The shadow liger and the polar bear quarreled. Arthur said that he and Mingyu had the deepest bond, so he was the most suitable candidate for degeneration. Moreover, he had an injured leg, and he could be in the experimental group after he deteriorated. The polar bear said that he had the best body and the least injuries. Of course he should be chosen for the first experiment. The two quarreled and fought. The black cat waved his paw, and the polar bear waved his paw. The two exchanged blows, as if two martial arts masters were fighting each other. Mingyu tried to dissuade the fighting, but was forced back by the fierce black cat and polar bear. The big wolf was also shivering. He tried to break into the battle, but was beaten and thrown out by the black cat and polar bear. Mingyu sat on the carpet holding the wolf's head. The wolf lay on Mingyu's thighs, and his front paws were holding his waist. The expressions of the person and wolf gave off the feeling of panic, helplessness and pity. The black cat and the polar bear fought each other for a long time. They didn't use their abilities or their teeth. They were evenly matched, and one couldn't tell the outcome. In the end, they both collapsed on the ground out of breath with lolled tongues, like two panting blankets. Mingyu patted the wolf's head, and the canine immediately stood upright, with an eager pair of orange eyes. Don't rush. Mingyu saw the wolf's thoughts and hurriedly stopped him. Be careful of snowy ice. The big wolf's tail immediately drooped. Right, even if the polar bear had no energy, he still had abilities. When could he defeat the polar bear and become the king? Mingyu walked over and patted the two motionless fluffies panting on the floor. I recommend letting Blackie try first. Blackie is my first partner, and we trust each other the most. Don't worry, Snowy. Nothing happens if the operation fails, and will not cause damage to Blackie. The polar bear's dark eyes looked directly at Mingyu's light brown eyes for a while. After a while, the bear turned his face and closed his eyes. I see, I believe you. Thank you, Snowy. Mingyu fed the black cat to recuperate some nutrition. The wolf immediately arched into Mingyu's arms, his tail almost shaking off. He wanted some too. The big wolf drooled. Okay, you too. Mingyu thought whatever, he could only take out 10 pills a day. He will take one more now, and then he will take one less later. It was estimated that arithmetic problems could not be calculated based on the wolf's current IQ. How should I cooperate with you? After eating the nutrition cube, Arthur became energetic. His tail was wrapped around Mingyu's waist, and his expression was very smug. As he knew, Mingyu would definitely choose him. Mingyu said, "Trust me." Arthur raised a paw and cleared his ear. That's it. Mingyu nodded. Although we have not met for a long time, I believe that the depth of a bond has nothing to do with time. We only met each other after crossing countless galaxies and times under the guidance of fate. This miracle with a probability that is infinitely close to zero is enough to prove our bond. The polar bear stretched out his claws and expressionlessly scratched his ears. Mingyu was good at everything, but his declarations from time to time made him embarrassed. He pierced the floor with his two hind paws, and was about to dig out chunks from the floor. Arthur squinted and showed a tiger-like smile. Obviously, he did not think Mingyu's lines were too embarrassing, but they were very useful. Arthur stretched out a paw. That's right. Indeed, Mingyu and he met through countless galaxies and time. It was a miracle, and the probability was infinitely close to zero. When he and Mingyu met, they were destined to fire up the blood of the Star Alliance. They were the darlings of the destined era. There had never been anyone who suited his appetite like Mingyu, even the eldest brother who took care of him, and the dumb bear who accompanied him when he grew up. Mingyu also stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the cat's fluffy paws. The two looked at each other, as if flames were burning in their eyes. These were the passionate flames of their bond. The polar bear walked beside the large wolf, and the former reached out to cover the latter's eyes. Big wolf, confused face? Polar bear, don't look, or you will be corrupted. Ah, Blackie, I'm so excited. Mingyu let go and rushed towards the feline. Arthur squatted on the ground, spread his arms, caught Mingyu, and lightly patted the youth on the back. Mingyu pressed his cheeks against Arthur's head so hard that he felt like his cheeks were going to be rubbed bald. Arthur started to push him with a paw before he let go. Quick, quick! Let's try the degeneration technique now. If it succeeds, We can turn the big wolf into a baby wolf. And the furniture at home will not suffer every day. Mingyu clenched his fist. His eyes glowed with uncontrollable excitement. Even if there are 8 more fluffies, our home will not be torn down. The black cat remembered the crawling frame that had been chewed up. Gah! The young man worked so hard to create a climbing frame for him. It was taken apart by the silly wolf before he played with it for a few days. The polar bear remembered his battered bedroom. As soon as he didn't pay any attention, the silly wolf tore up his pillows, quilts, and sheets into strips, and the tables, cabinets, and chairs were chewed, and nothing was okay. If the remaining 8 comrades who had lost their minds all have the destructive power of the wolf, as an ice-type superpower, the polar bear actually shuddered. Let's start now. Mingyu took out the Spirit Beastmaster bracelet from his system backpack. The Beastmaster's bracelet looked like an ordinary metal bracelet. When Mingyu put it on his right wrist, the bracelet seemed to melt and reformed into a transparent brace around Minji's wrist. If one didn't look carefully, they couldn't see that Mingyu was wearing something on his wrist. This thing is cool, can our technology copy it? Arthur stretched out a paw to poke Minji's transparent wristband. Mingyu grasped Arthur's paw and said, "It should be possible, but my current knowledge is not enough. When I redeem the blueprints, I will know how to copy it with Star Alliance materials." "That's yours. Before you know how to replicate it, don't tell others that you have this thing," Arthur said solemnly. "Yeah, I know." Mingyu nodded vigorously. "Rest assured. Except for a partner who has signed a contract with me, no one can see the Spirit Beastmaster bracelet. It comes with optical stealth." The polar bear had almost guessed Minji's secret. Although Mingyu didn't take the initiative to confess, Mingyu didn't avoid him while chatting with the black cat. Even if there were few strings in Minji's head, His Royal Highness would not be neglectful. His Royal Highness must have deliberately let him know about Minji's secret. This was a secret that only belonged to them and Mingyu. They could not reveal anything, even to family members. The polar bear believed that the other 9 comrades in arms must also be able to keep this secret, and together they would guard this simple young man. "Come on, Blackish, strike a handsome pose." Minji's feet were slightly apart, his hands moved in a circle, and then stopped in front of his chest, holding the Spirit Beastmaster bracelet with his right hand. "Come on. Let the world feel a bond that is more dazzling than the sun." Arthur shook his fur and tried to make his injured leg stand upright, his upper body slightly lowered, resembling a tiger descending the mountain. His eyes narrowed, revealing his fangs, and his expression changed from the usual lazy big cat to a domineering beast. The polar bear was shocked, a little glad that he was not the first beast to try this. Did he have to pose and say lines for degeneration? No way, no way. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing? While the polar bear was spacing out, Minji's and the black cat's eyes met. At this moment, they felt the other's heartbeat without using their empathy power. Ba-dump, ba-dump. The heartbeat was accelerating, but the rhythm was still slow. Minji's right hand touched the Spirit Beastmaster's bracelet. Light blue spiritual power poured into the bracelet, which was turned into a powerful energy wave, and rushed to the liger posing as the tiger descending the mountain. When Arthur received this energy, he felt as if he had entered a different space composed of pure energy, and his energy also merged into this space. When he was about to lose his consciousness, he heard his heartbeat again. Ba-dump, ba-dump. It was the heartbeat of that silly young man. Arthur breached Minji's emotional depths again, the cold and dark sea. In the icy sea, there was a small ball of light, clutching a dilapidated pallet, trying to steer it towards a bright spot. This young man was still trying to save himself. Arthur smiled inside. Mingyu also breached the emotional depths of the black cat. Compared with the vague emotional touch before, this time Mingyu saw a scene created from Arthur's inner emotions. Here there was a vast field full of flowers. The big cat squatted among the flowers, seeming to have a nap with eyes closed. This should be a warm and beautiful scene. But among the flowers, there were numerous stone monuments. Some of these steles were engraved with names, birth and death dates. Some were more vague, with only records of death in a certain battle. The flowers blooming in the bushes were actually tombstones. Surrounded by flowers, the tombstones had spread to the horizon. The black cat squatted quietly like a graveyard's guardian statue. Black's optimistic heart, in truth, had always been entrenched in sadness. The heartbeats continued. Mingyu and the black cat were looking at each other across different spiritual spaces. Stupid, you are thinking about it again. You are so sentimental. You need me to sing a song for you. How difficult is it for me to do it? The black cat disliked Mingyu's face. Mingyu laughed. Even if there was deep sadness in his heart, Blackie was still a sun that would illuminate others. The torrent of energy dissipated. With a pop, the black cat fizzled out like a holographic projection, which frightened the polar bear, who was dazzled by the light. Your Royal Highness? The polar bear pounced on all fours. Meow. A little black feline with a strange collar stood where the big cat originally stood, licking his paws and letting out a kitten cry. The polar bear slammed the brakes and almost knocked the little cat into the air. Arthur glanced at the polar bear with disgust and kicked with his hind legs. Meow. Arthur's eyes were wide, and he immediately meowed. While spreading his four paws, he ran from one end of the house to the other end. Arthur was so fast that there were only afterimages. Wow. His legs are healed. He can have fun. The cat was so happy. He began to jump up and down, from one cabinet to another, even on top of the polar bear. Meow. Arthur stood on top of the polar bear, roaring like a vicious feline. Polar bear. The polar bear grabbed Arthur from on top of his head, held the kitten in his palm, and said with a trembling voice, Mingyu, His Highness has a problem. Mingyu took the little black cat that could be held in his palms and said in doubt, Where? No, he's very lively. Polar bear. He's too lively. Arthur jumped, kicked Mingyu's poor nose, and leaped on top of Mingyu's head. My legs are better. I can run and jump. Why too lively? Bear Herman, why are you so old-fashioned? Herman. What was this magical name? Your Majesty, even if you feel good, it would be out of hand to step on someone else's head. Your body just temporarily turned into a baby, not your IQ and mind. Knowing that Arthur had not lost himself due to degeneration technique. After gaining IQ, the polar bear breathed a sigh of relief and resumed his previous cold attitude. To be blunt, it's stupid. Arthur put his paw in his hand and said righteously, There was no one else, only you and Mingyu. It doesn't matter, I don't mind. It's so beautiful to have a little cat on my head. People can't ask for more. Mingyu also said, Mingyu, you will go to heaven if you pet His Majesty. The polar bear removed Arthur from Mingyu's head. After His Highness gets smaller, how can he restore his original body shape? Mingyu said, Blackie is not too weak. So as long as he concentrates on mobilizing the energy in his body, he can transform on his own. It's just the leg injury that has to be healed step by step. If it's gray, I can use the Spirit Beast Master Bracelet to help him change when he needs to transform in an emergency. The steps are the same as degeneration, but my power is limited. I can only help the Spirit Beast degenerate and evolve. If you want to enhance the Spirit Beast's moves, you need to borrow high-purity energy crystals. Mingyu asked the polar bear to temporarily lend him the ice gem. Blackie, you also have ice attributes too. Would you like to try to use abilities at this size? Arthur jumped out of the polar bear's arms, proudly shaking his fur, and his tail cocked. Try it out. Let's turn this stupid wolf into an ice sculpture. The big wolf understood and jumped behind the polar bear to hide. Although he didn't know why the black cat could actually become smaller, the smaller cat made him feel extremely dangerous. In short, he couldn't win. Don't bully Gray. Mingyu squatted partway in front of Arthur and put the ice gem on his Beastmaster's bracelet. Feel this power. Snowy, go to the kitchen and get a clean bowl. Blackie, first try to condense a piece of ice, and we will eat shaved ice later. Shaved ice? You asked me to use abilities just to eat shaved ice? Arthur slapped Mingyu's calf with his tail, but didn't stop him. I want to eat braised pork-flavored shaved ice. Mingyu thought seriously and said, Okay, I will cook a bowl of braised pork for you now. Should it be braised pork with ice or ice with braised pork? Or braised pork turned into meat sauce and poured on ice? Arthur. Mingyu, you really don't have a humorous cell in your body. Mingyu was confused. Okay, let's eat fruit-flavored shaved ice and pour meat sauce on the remaining shaved ice. The polar bear brought a small bowl over. Your Majesty, do what you say. No, I can't do it, Arthur said in shame. Okay, hurry up and experiment. With this ice gem, can I really use abilities? Although my legs are better now, the energy in my body has not accumulated to the extent that I can use my abilities. It was still very easy to change the subject with today's Mingyu. He immediately put aside the idea of pork shaved ice. No problem, leave it to me. Mingyu held the jewel in his right hand, touched his bracelet, and released energy waves similar to the degeneration technique rushed towards Arthur. His tail swayed, and a diamond-shaped ice block condensed on the tip of his tail. Oh, that works. Arthur flicked his tail, and the ice cubes flew into the basin. It's easier than using the ice-type ability by myself. By using an external force to induce the spirit beast's energy, it is naturally a little easier than using their own abilities. However, this requires a high-level spiritual beast master, and energy crystals are necessary. Mingyu explained, this is actually very useful during childhood. Childhood teaching tools can help control abilities, even if not under their own power. They gradually feel the flow of energy and can more easily master their abilities. Spirit Beast Infant Education? The polar bear nodded his head. Very useful. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, it is more than Spirit Beast Infant Education. With this, adult spirit beasts can finally repeatedly train their abilities. Arthur said. After Arthur explained further, Mingyu learned that the way the spirit beasts use their abilities was very crude, basically throwing out outputs when they condensed their abilities. And they didn't use any techniques. Because the energy in their bodies was limited, their recovery was slow, so energy could not be spent on training, especially for special spirit beasts. Once the power was used, the energy in the body would be reduced by a little, and it was barely replenished from food. When fighting, they had to plan carefully, not to mention the extravagance of training. I have a little bit of all elements in my body. Although it is random and not refined, any kind of food can replenish a little energy, so my state is better than other special spirit beasts. Arthur revealed his shortcomings. Some big cats called themselves shadow ligers, but they were actually small and weak cats. Too many types of energy were needed to show any capability, and even the strength of supernatural power was very pitiful. However, Arthur played tricks with his very poor power moves, and firmly secured the throne as the youngest generation's top power. Seeing Arthur chin curled up in triumph, Mingyu nodded. Blackie is a master of coordination. Master of coordination? Arthur tilted his head. Mingyu immediately hugged the little black cat and kissed him, and was slapped by the cat. A spirit beast needs to be experienced, not only to increase the energy in their body, but more importantly, to freely use their abilities. For example, the ability of the same energy level would be more powerful after compression. But how to compress? Is it round or diamond-shaped? Would it be more lethal if it is rotated? Will it be more concealed if condensed into thin needles? How to combine with different attributes moves. This is the ability to coordinate. Mingyu remembered that in the Elves World game, the chairman and chief designer of the game munchkined the rules and steamrolled ordinary players. First they prayed for rain to turn a tornado into a waterspout, and then used blizzard to create a water dragon. The attack turned into a cold water tornado, and it freezed as it moved, which created a freezing battle tornado. This was the magical effect of combo moves, and required a strong coordination ability. Although the most influential players in that game were the CEO and chairman, the rankings of the world game were fluid, and there were regular quarterfinals. However, as a powerful educator, Mingyu was very interested in coordination and wanted to study the subject matter. The spirit beasts of the Star Alliance could carry out large-scale battles with the Zerg invaders. It stood to reason that the use of these moves should have been studied long ago. However, because the cultivation knowledge did not keep up, the spirit beasts did not dare to waste energy training moves, forming a vicious circle. When your stamina and abilities are restored, I will help you train supernatural moves. Mingyu had found something to do. After degeneration treatment, spirit beasts can also train in advance, which can strengthen the rehabilitation process. When you regain your original body shape, you can also master the moves you trained in the infant form. Come on. After Arthur spoke, he jumped to the ground and changed back to full size with a bang. How come you changed back? Mingyu said, while burying his face in Arthur's collar. Sorry, this was a conditioned reflex. I'm going to eat. It's stupid to not turn back into a big cat, right? Arthur moved his injured leg. I feel that the energy is running smoother than before. From now on, I will be a kitten for a few hours every day. Oh yes, Mingyu, have a good rest today since tomorrow you have to play the piano live. After the Mingyu rubbed the feline, he raised his head and asked, why should we live broadcast piano music? My brother revealed that recently the soldiers sleep poorly in the barracks. You should play some music for them. Although there are no energy fluctuations after recording, there's at least the placebo effect, right? Arthur was not sure. I heard that the placebo effect is very useful. Mingyu laughed. Okay. When the time comes, the three of us will become small animals together and frighten everyone. Arthur stood up and smirked up at the polar bear. The polar bear was entangled. Does it have to have a pose? Arthur sneakily said. Not only posing, but also to exchange a heartfelt vow with Mingyu. The big white bear was frightened. No need, don't listen to Black's nonsense. Mingyu hurriedly said. I and Arthur just saw each other's hearts because we took the initiative to show each other our secrets. Generally, it's just a blend of minds and no illusions even show up. Don't worry about your privacy. Arthur sat down on the ground, raised his two paws waving frantically. I'm not talking nonsense. You are. No, there isn't. Yes. No. Yes. The polar bear carried the back collar of Minji's clothes with one paw, and Arthur's nape with the other, pulling away the two naive ghosts who were inexplicably arguing. The wolf stared at the polar bear for a while, then turned his head to signal that the polar bear should also grab the nape of his neck. It seemed very fun. Great white bear. His heart was tired. He hoped that Yen-Yi would be a little more obedient after becoming a baby wolf. The audience was looking forward to it, and finally it was time for the third live broadcast. This time, they collectively flooded the screen with protests, condemning the anchor for being too lazy. Why couldn't it be broadcast every day? It would be best to install a camera in the #1 nursing home, so they could watch the live broadcast every second. Even if the live broadcast was just the prince sleeping. You have been banned. Next time you violate the rules, you will be kicked out of the live broadcast room. Administrator Bear Herman went online. The audience shivered, and the newly established offensive and defensive alliance fell apart in an instant. Kicked out of the live broadcast room? Wasn't this punishment too heavy? They were persuaded. It's fine to watch a live broadcast. Why did they ask for so much? The anchor was in a bad mood and asked for a month or two off. What cared if everyone doesn't have to watch? Who on earth urged us to protest first? Beat them. The audience began to fight internally like a mob. His Majesty the Emperor was so angry quickly that slapped a hole in the floor. A little threat made them give up? Are these still soldiers of our Star Alliance? His Majesty the Emperor was very angry. The secretary suggested, why doesn't your Majesty directly tell His Royal Highness that you want him to live broadcast every day? His Majesty buried his fluffy lion head between two paws. If Arthur disagrees, wouldn't I lose face? The secretary's mouth twitched, and he mentally slandered the Emperor. With all due respect, he was already very shameless now. At the Dullen household, Ian was also frantically swearing at these weak people. When Lieutenant General Mundy, who was 30 years older, knew that the stupid boy was being used as a gunman again, he really wanted to shoot Ian away with a paw. However, Ian was a weak brother who had just broken through the S rank and could not transform into a beast. Compared to Herman, although he was a little simpler when he was a child, His Majesty Arthur abducted him as a guard with a lollipop. But at any rate, Herman was a natural S-level supernatural ability, and he could transform into a beast when he was in elementary school. His brain is a little slow, but that could be explained as the energy being spent on his abilities. But what about Ian? Only S-grade now. His mind was not smart either. He was only half of Herman in the end. How many times had he been bullied? Lieutenant Mundy was very tired. He was talking about the live broadcast and quickly turned to Herman. He needed to watch the polar bear to cleanse his eyes, so as not to be pissed off by Ian. Yen Tong received a special notice from Arthur to start the live broadcast in advance, asked for leave early, and returned home to wait for the rebellious cousin to appear. The Yen family had always stood in a neutral position, not participating in the internal power struggle of the Star Alliance. Behind their strict behavior, there was a philosophy of life-saving gratitude. The Yen family believed that the first rebel among the younger generation would be Yen Tong, who had not been very well behaved since childhood. They guarded Yen Tong strictly, but they didn't expect that Yen Yi, the most honest child in the family, would actually stand on the side of Prince Arthur, that no one was optimistic about at the time. He joined the special advance team organized by Prince Arthur. The elders in the Yen family were almost angered to death by Yen Yi. When the family announced in public that they would cut off relations with Yen Yi, they didn't feel any pressure at all. Anyway, Yen Yi's parents had already been sacrificed on the battlefield, and they bullied an orphan who had eaten free food. Now this group of people regretted so much that their intestines turned blue. They were probably waiting for Yen Yi to die, so that they could unilaterally announce that he and the Yen family had reconciled, and borrow the hero's name for their own benefit. Yen Tong laughed sarcastically. Hello everyone, I'm the anchor of the #1 live broadcast room. Hey, black is snowy, gray don't fight. Mingyu just started the live broadcast, and was already interrupted by 3 small animals under his feet, before he finished reciting the opening words. The viewers who entered the holographic live broadcast room took a closer look. There were indeed 3 little cute but strong plush cubs beside the little anchor. Little black tiger, little white bear, little gray wolf. My goodness! Is the anchor so amazing? He gave birth to 3 children so soon? Hey, not to mention whether the anchor can even give birth. Even if he could, he can't have 3 children in just half a month. I don't care about that. I unilaterally announced that the anchor and His Royal Highness Arthur gave birth to a kitten. I'm dead. You wait to be banned. Huh. You are not banned. Really? Okay, no response. These 3 children are really born by the anchor. Mingyu couldn't see the barrage, otherwise he would have blushed and loudly explained that he didn't give birth to anyone. He was now chasing behind the 3 little plushies of different colors that had started squabbling, trying to separate them. The cause of the incident was like this. Mingyu successfully helped the polar bear and wolf degenerate to their juvenile stage. That was it for the polar bear, but he felt that his Bodis abilities were stronger, his head was very clear, and there is no difference compared to normal. But at the same time, maybe because of the hormonal influence of the body, his behavior had regressed back to when he was a child. In short, arbitrarily doing things. Therefore, when the little wolf rushed to bite his ears, instead of using any ice abilities, he waved his paws and slapped the little gray wolf. The little gray wolf had become younger, and his body had become stronger, but he had also become particularly aggressive in response. Did this little bear dare to slap him? Watch this wolf bite back. The 2 of them squabbled from kindergarten to elementary school, and their relationship only gradually improved after entering junior high school. Arthur squatted on Minjia's shoulder and explained, It seems that your degeneration technique is not without side effects. Their minds have obviously become younger. But Blackie, your mind is fine, huh? Before Mingyu finished, Arthur leapt off his shoulders, flew between the little bear and the little wolf, and slapped each of them to the ground. Then he ran away with his tail held high. Hurry up and start the live broadcast. Don't you think this scene is particularly fun? Arthur grinned while leading a little bear and a wolf all over the house. Although Mingyu thought that Snowy might think this is Black history, he had always listened to the Shadow Liger's words. When the black cat said to start the live broadcast, he immediately opened it. Okay, let me explain. There are no new spirit beasts at the Spirit Beast Sanatorium. These 3 are black as snowy and gray. Has gray been introduced before? It seems not. In short, someone new has arrived at the Spirit Beast Sanatorium. With new materials, I had new gains, and I can temporarily help them degenerate to their infancy. Degeneration is equivalent to energy compression, and their rehabilitation efficiency in this form will be increased. But degradation seems to make their character also return to a childlike state. Mingyu looks slightly annoyed. Snowy and Gray started fighting right after degenerating. Were they really like this when they were young? Yentong couldn't help laughing even while thinking about dark things. Although her smile was still very stiff, she laughed out loud, which proved that she was in a better mood. Snowy should be Dylan's ice supernatural power Herman, right? When Yen-Yi was in elementary school, he and Herman were at the same table. Every day he came back from school, he would scold that annoyance at the same table several times. During my self-study, he knocked on the stationery box and said it was a drum set. Take my clarinet apart and say he wants to form an orchestra? Every day, I hear ghosts in my ears saying that he was singing a song. Is that bear mentally retarded? I suffered. No more. I euphemistically talked to him, and he didn't understand at all, and asked me if I wanted to form a band together. I want to change tables. For Yin-Yi, who was strictly educated at home to be a noble, he was unorganized and uncultured. Herman, who didn't understand any noble language, was his nemesis. Yentong smiled and cried, covering her face. She was useless and couldn't protect her brother. Fortunately, her brother followed a good boss. Ah, there is no more. The spirit fruit dessert is gone. The three fluffy dumplings instantly stiffened, and Arthur immediately rushed to Minjia's feet, climbed up his trouser legs, and squatted on Minjia's shoulders. I didn't do anything. Don't worry about me, meow. Mingyu couldn't help but laugh when there was a meow sound in the words conveyed by Arthur. He lightly flicked Arthur's forehead. You are the worst. Arthur laughed triumphantly. Obviously Mingyu was complimenting him. Mingyu picked up the little white bear and little gray wolf, and soothed them one by one. No fights are allowed. Everyone should get along. Yeah. Wow. The little white bear and little gray wolves sounds warmed Minjia's heart. Any used-up nutrition cubes at this time would not be counted. Mingyu put the three fluffies on the piano stand, and finally started live broadcasting. Blackie told me play the piano today. I don't play the piano well though. I hope you don't dislike it. Mingyu prepared the seventh song in Robert Schumann's suite. Fantasy could be used to express remembrance and yearning for love, family affection and friendship, as well as the longing for a better life. Mingyu figured this song should be very suitable for the spirit beasts and their partners who had experienced the battlefield. Mingyu tapped the keys with his fingers, and the light blue energy fluctuations from his body spread to every corner of the music room along with the melodious piano sound, gently soothing the spirits of the audience watching the live broadcast. This was always the case. Whether it was live cooking, making toys, or playing the piano, the little anchor would always calm their hearts in an instant, as if they had returned to the most comfortable and quiet environment. His Majesty the Emperor closed his eyes, and the golden lion's face showed a peaceful sleep. Dang 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 kong kong. A series of noises interrupted the Emperor's meditation, and he impatiently raised his head. Ah, Gray, don't step or sit on the keys. Mingyu hugged the little gray wolf and said embarrassedly, let's continue. The melodious melody sounded. Kong ding jingle. Gray, don't play on the keys. Get down. Blackie, why are you here too? Don't dance on the keys. Gray, Blackie, dancing on the piano is not okay. The small polar bear had a dull expression, and then ice erupted from his body. Mingyu placed the ice-covered kitten and wolf cub on the piano stand, moved a chair beside him, and put a stool on the chair. He placed the little white bear on the stool, and let him sit up to the height of the piano keys. Mingyu smiled at the camera. Okay, the commotion has been resolved, everyone. Please continue to listen to the piano music. The bear cub waved a paw and smiled with his eyes, looking like a little girl's favorite teddy bear. The audience couldn't sleep at all. Wait, what the anchor just said was degeneration, right? It was degradation, not evolution, right? Why could he still use abilities when in child form? Was it so easy to use abilities? No, they were not surprised by this. Just now the anchor and the little cat and wolf were attacked by an ice-type ability, right? Why did the kitten and wolf cub, who were spirit beasts, become ice sculptures, but the anchor only shivered? How could Colonel Herman's superb ability only affect the cat and wolf in the arms of the anchor, but didn't hurt the anchor? Was it so awesome? How was this possible? That was obviously an indiscriminate ranged attack. They were not blind. The melody of the piano music played by Mingyu was very gentle, like a little butterfly dancing in the warm spring sun. Everywhere one looked, the garden was full of spring imagery, but the hearts of the audience were refreshed. They looked at the two animal ice sculptures on the piano stand, then looked at Mingyu's gentle face and the well-behaved little polar bear. Shaking. It was amazing. No wonder the little anchor could take care of His Royal Highness and the 10 heroes alone. Could his defensive power be comparable to this group of S-level abilities? The song ended. Mingyu asked the little polar bear, who could see the barrage, what was the audience's opinion. The little bear's tender voice sounded in Mingyu's mind. The audience said cold. Cold. Mingyu didn't quite understand. The polar bear cub understood, but he didn't want to say anything. Little Mingyu was so gentle and lovely. Where was he scary? Were these people blind and needed glasses? They probably want to listen to some more passionate music, Dabai said. Mingyu nodded, thinking about what to play next, while looking at the two ice sculptures on the piano stand. Should they be released? The polar bear cub said. They won't be hurt. Mingyu whispered, but I'm afraid they will catch a cold. Little bear refuted. It's fine to drink medicine if they get a cold. In short, he was so angry now, resolutely refused to let them out. Seeing that the polar bear was really angry, Mingyu did not continue to persuade him. Although he felt sorry for Dahe and Dahui, these two actually jumped and danced on Dabei's treasured piano, which should indeed be scolded. Even if they broke their own things, Mingyu wouldn't be angry. But knowing that the piano was a very important thing that Dabai loved, these two still refused to listen. Therefore getting frozen for a while could be considered a sort of time-out. When the two of them came out of the ice sculpture, Mingyu fed them a bowl of ginger soup to warm their bodies. It needs some more passion. Then Song of Sorrow is good. Mingyu didn't know much about Star Alliance music. Although he had a piano, the Tan family did not specifically hire a music teacher for him, or even allow him to connect to the Star network. So after he got the piano, he just played the songs he knew in his previous life over and over again. But music was a transformational language without borders. Mingyu believed that people from the Star Alliance would understand the feelings in Sonata Pathétique. In particular the third movement of the piano sonata. The composer of Sonata Pathétique is Beethoven, a talented musician. Mingyu introduced the origin of this piano piece that was world famous in his time. Beethoven was less than 30 years old when he composed this piece, and both his age and his career were at his peak. However, when he wrote Sonata Pathétique, it was not the feelings of a young man who forcing himself forward. At that time, his ears were gradually going deaf. For a musician who had just entered the peak of his career, his ears going deaf would shatter his world. But this song gave people the feeling that it was more about praising heroes and courage. The name was Sonata Pathétique, but there was no sadness and decadence. Fight, fight. Every note was fighting. Every beat was pounding. It was like a person who was about to be pulled into hell. Even if half of his body had been burned, he still had to raise his arms and fight against the sky. Even though his hearing continued to decline, even after his hearing was completely lost, Beethoven did not give up on music until his death. He put a stick on the piano resonance box and continued his music career by relying on his intuition and vibrations of sound. Sonata Pathétique was the beginning of his suffering, the beginning of his struggle, and the beginning of his glory. When he was completely deaf, his music career reached its peak accompanied by suffering and resistance. The Ninth Symphony, Beethoven's work after his complete deafness, was his greatest masterpiece. Eternal, immortal. And now, Mingyu was playing the beginning of the composer's harsh journey towards the peak. It was sad. It was tragic. But not a tragic song. It was the beginning of a hero's song. With the brief introduction over, Mingyu finally found the feel and began to play. He played this song many times in school. He was soft but didn't want to be cowardly. He was humble, but yearning for heroics. No matter if he was immersed in a fantasy, as long as he could climb out of disappointment and despair, As long as he could return to the sun, all means of self-help were not shameless. Didn't the hero imagine that he would become a hero when he grew up? Did those thoughts called secondary disease really disappear with age? The chairman of the game company, who gave him a special account in the game world, encouraged him not to give up his life, and told him that men and women could be boys and girls until they die. This song was dedicated to all the real heroes and their families in the live broadcast room, as well as to those with 8th grade syndrome, who were dreaming of becoming a hero like himself. Even if objective conditions did not allow it, as long as they had the idea of saving the world in their heart, they would definitely be able to work towards that goal in their actions. From studying and working hard, to being kind and being helpful to others, all actions that could make themselves better. Weren't they actions that made the world a better place? As long as efforts are made, dreams are not shameful daydreams. An unreachable goal was still a goal. Mingyu felt many emotions every time he played Sonata Pathétique. His feelings were amplified by his surging emotional waves and conveyed to every listener's heart. His Majesty the Golden Lion King was dozing off when suddenly, it was as if his brother shouted into his ear, "Sleep, are you paralyzed?" He was so startled that his soft golden fur stood on end. The piano score titled Sonata Pathétique did contain deep sadness and despair, but pressed under his feet. Even if he was in purgatory, his heart would never give in. His Majesty closed his eyes again. Scenes of past despair appeared before his eyes, and this sadness reached its peak when he saw his younger brother, who could not restore his human form. But as described in the song, even if he was desperate, he couldn't stop the struggle, because stopping meant that he would be completely plunged into the quagmire of despair, and there was no hope of survival. Regardless of his dignity or his love for his family and hometown, His Majesty will not lower his noble head. Before leaving, his brother, who had never listened to his words, made a funny and exaggerated expression and told him, "Brother, even if I die, don't lower your head. The crown will fall and the enemy will laugh." In the military camp, many soldiers who wanted to watch the live broadcast to have a good night's sleep all accidentally fluffed their hair, and the special camp was full of super fluffy dumplings. Even the S-rank supernatural beings who had just transformed into beasts had experienced wars. In those wars, spirit beasts were not the only ones fighting. Among those who died, not only were there S-rank abilities, but there were also many ordinary soldiers. There were many forms of sacrifice, like when an ordinary fleet was surrounded by Zerg. The soldiers used mechas and rushed towards the Zerg frigate, tearing themselves apart while damaging the opponent's frigate, allowing the commander to drive the flagship towards the other side. In the ambush, the flagship used the same sacrifice and fearlessness to achieve the victory of trading less for more. Among those who had experienced war, who had not encountered difficulties and despair, whose soul was scarred with marks that could not be erased forever, but the Star Alliance could fight back despite the desperate situation and obtain unexpectedly brilliant results. After the war, should they let themselves, their comrades in arms, their families, and their hometown fall into despair because of the evil intentions of demonic ambitions of a few people? Except for Prince Arthur's privately owned spiritual beast sanatorium, which took an random number name. Other spiritual beast sanatoriums all had auspicious names. Many of these nursing homes housed spirit beasts that had been seriously injured and could not restore their human form. Although their condition was not as serious as the 10 heroes, and there was hope of a cure, many of them were destined to have lifelong disabilities. Some may even retire from the ranks of superpowers and become ordinary people. They had been desperate and painful, but no one had thought about seeking death. No, they didn't think about it. They were just waiting for news from Prince Arthur. Victory was finally won. How could the person they hate the most seek the fruits of victory? Whether Prince Arthur was dead or alive, they would live until the day when the truth of the war was announced, for when the people who stabbed them in the back during the war would be held accounted for. They were all heroes, and they were living evidence. As long as they were alive, history could not be arbitrarily changed. Even if Prince Arthur died, they must obey Prince Arthur's last wish, unite with His Majesty, and make their last contribution for the protection of the Star Alliance. They protected Star Alliance from outside harassment, and they never allowed internal moths to destroy the peace that their comrades had spent their lives for while the Star Alliance's vitality was severely injured. This was the only request that His Royal Highness made to them before he left. Now that His Royal Highness was back, he was still optimistic and lively in the live broadcast, just like on the battlefield. His Highness' self-confidence and optimism was like the sun in everyone's mind. As long as Prince Arthur was there, they believed that victory would belong to them. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, they could cheer up a little more. They would live a little longer and wait until His Royal Highness Arthur fully recovered. When His Royal Highness stood before the public again, they could rest in peace. The badly injured spirit beasts thought so. But when they heard sonata pathétique, the spirit beasts who were lame, blind, or even missing half of their body hesitated. There were many livable planets in the Star Alliance, and there were other interstellar civilizations outside. They had never heard of this musician from an unknown little planet. But according to the little anchor, when this musician suffered from a disease where all the Star Alliance's technology could not allow him to hear, didn't the musician lose everything? For musicians, sound was not just one of their senses, it was their everything. Only by relying on his intuition and a small stick, this person could continue his dream. What about them? There were prosthetic limbs for lame legs, false eyes for the blind, and a mecha could be used even if the body is paralyzed. Even if they lost their power in the end, couldn't they continue to live as an ordinary person? The majority of the people in the Star Alliance were ordinary people, and there were many ordinary people among the soldiers who died on the battlefield. They were generally part of logistics or mechanics, but they still didn't fear sacrifice, and they were well-deserved heroes. If they had the intention of seeking death before, it was because they didn't want the Star Alliance to waste the resources on themselves as a useless person. But the anchor, who called himself a spiritual beast master, brought news. Groundbreaking spirit beast cultivation knowledge. Perhaps the Star Alliance would no longer be short of resources for cultivating people with supernatural powers in the future. Since giving up was no longer a sacrifice, but a cowardly suicide, they had no reason to give up. Just like this piano piece, Sonata Pathétique, was only the beginning to suffering and subsequent glory. They were able to walk out of the sea of war and blood. How could they fall before dawn? The saying it was darkest before dawn? Their sun was still there. Their sun also carried a small star that heralded the approaching dawn, encouraging them not to fall before the light came. At this moment, the dying spirit beast struggled to get up and crawled towards the food bowl. They didn't want to indulge in the quiet atmosphere of the live broadcast room to sleep peacefully. They wanted to stay awake, eat more, so they would have more energy to move towards the dawn. When the staff of the spirit beast nursing homes saw the surveillance monitoring data, and when they saw the anorexic spirit beasts enduring nausea and eating, they couldn't help hugging the people around them and shouting with excitement. As long as they could eat, the spirit beasts had the desire to live. They saw hope. His Royal Highness live broadcast room is too powerful. That little anchor is really too powerful. The dean of a spirit beast sanatorium took off his reading glasses and murmured with tears, "The spirit beast master is really amazing, and I really want to be like that." A young man said with emotion. Another added, "Definitely. Even without the special abilities of a spirit beast master, as long as we learn, we will definitely be able to deploy the spirit beast food and medicine in the live broadcast room." The old dean nodded. We learn knowledge from the live broadcast. After improving the existing treatment methods in the sanatorium, good results have been achieved. Before, they isolated the spirit beasts and raised them like wild beasts. Now they were trying to carefully communicate with the spirit beasts, under the premise of taking safety precautions. They found that although most of the spirit beasts had no previous memories, they were very friendly to humans who had good intentions towards them and got along well with them. The spirit beasts were even more sensitive to human emotions than when they were still human. They could always pick out the one who was the kindest and who had the deepest affection for them and was sticky. For example, the old dean was deeply loved by all spirit beasts. The old dean was already reporting to the above, applying to change the way family members visited, so that family members could also join in the treatment process. Although there were garbage family members, for most people, family was still one of the pillars of the soul. Why doesn't His Majesty let the anchor give us lessons directly? Someone did not understand. We can't directly ask questions to the anchor, and many things cannot be answered. This is the protection of His Majesty and the Prince for the young anchor. Before His Highness' body has recovered enough to appear in public, it's better not to be disturbed by other people. The old dean said. And the anchor is young and has little qualifications. If he enters academia in the usual way, he will be going in blind. There are industry rules. He will definitely suffer a lot of grievances. The results have to be recognized by the public, and there will be many detours. But a live broadcast is different. The audience thinks that the anchor speaks well, and they try according to what the anchor said. This is not the same as academics. It doesn't matter if he's in the public eye. The academic community can't control it. The old dean laughed. This live broadcast platform can be watched by all senior leaders in the Star Alliance. S-level abilities of the Star Alliance, their families, and related personnel of spiritual beast cultivation. It is a semi-public live platform. Semi-public meant a lot of viewers were online, from all walks of life, who would be able to manage them all. This was not a publicly broadcast platform for ordinary people, so dissenters could not wantonly smear and slander. I guess His Majesty's next move is to wait for the other spirit beast sanatoriums to imitate the anchor's practices and achieve good results, and then let the anchors appear in public with conclusive research examples. Go beyond the academic world. Become the new spokesperson of the spirit beast cultivation world. Fundamentally destroy the group of ignorant scholars in the spirit beast cultivation world. After Mingyu finished playing the piano, he suddenly felt dizzy. The little bear immediately became a big polar bear to catch the dizzy Mingyu. Why are you spinning in circles, Dabai? Mingyu stupidly asked. I am not going around in circles. The polar bear hugged Mingyu, and the youth shrunk into the bear's warm and fluffy fur. He felt like the world was spinning like a drunk. He had never been drunk. It was said that when one was drunk, the world was spinning. Should this be the feeling? The polar bear removed the ice from the little cat and wolf, and the two little fluffy creatures immediately shook like quails splashed with water, and they sneezed. Spray any saliva on the piano, and you two will continue to be ice sculptures. The white bear threatened. The black kitten immediately jumped on the spot, leaped on the polar bear's shoulder, and warmed up with the white bear's fur. The little gray wolf also pounced on the other shoulder. He opened his mouth and bit down on the bear's shoulder with a whimper and hung on. The polar bear glanced at the little wolf, who was inexplicably hostile to him, and ignored the provocation. Arthur shivered and cut off the live broadcast. The excited audience members were kicked out of the live broadcast room before they could react. They were so angry that many fluffies howled at the window like a wolf on a full moon night. Even His Majesty the Golden Lion, who didn't like to yell very much, angrily uttered a series of foul curses. This bastard brother! He hadn't eaten any nutrition cubes today. Before closing the live broadcast, have a few nutrition cubes. He was looking forward to tasting the nutrition cubes. The snacks were in front of him. Angry, His Majesty decided to take some time to visit the nursing home in person, to train his growing younger brother. Is he okay? Do you want me to call a doctor? Arthur wanted to become a large cat, but there was a polar bear, and the two plushies were squeezed together instead of moving, so he stayed in the form of a kitten, squatting next to the pillow and guarding Mingyu. His emotions are too intense, and the mental power is too active, which leads to physical discomfort. A common problem among those with supernatural powers. Dabai looked at the diagnosis report from the treatment robot and said, when he stabilizes his emotions, he will need some rest. You can make yourself faint by playing the piano. You are the stupidest idiot in the world. Seeing that Mingyu was okay, Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He jumped onto Minjia's forehead and kept tapping Minjia's nose. I was wrong. I was wrong. Mingyu felt wronged. Nothing happened when I played before? Spiritual power rapid growth will have this kind of adverse reaction, like a child getting growing pains. This is not a bad thing. The calm tone of the polar bear was like a clear spring, soothing Minji's inner anxiety. You can play the piano, just take a break when you feel unwell. Is it useful for you to eat the nutrition cube we eat? Arthur warmed Minji's forehead with his fluffy belly and relieved discomfort like a heat pack. My nutrition cubes can be given to you. Mingyu laughed. Thank you, Dahe. I don't think it will be useful. I have no problems. But I'm just a little sleepy, just sleep some more. Then go to bed, Arthur urged. After Mingyu fell asleep, the polar bear replaced the cat with a normal heat pack, picked up the little wolf who wanted to drill into Minji's bed, and left the bedroom. Today, Minji's energy waves when playing the piano were too amazing. 3 fluffy animals sat in a meeting, with the polar bear as the host. Arthur nodded. 1,000 times stronger, compared to when our team attacked the Zerg nest, and the Zerg queen released a war aura. Arthur opened his mouth and spit out a series of game terms, and the polar bear, who was used to his way of speaking, nodded. If more spirit beasts can be cultivated, the combat effectiveness of the army will be greatly improved. We must protect Mingyu. Does the war aura have anything to do with our protection of him? Arthur licked his paws and washed his face. Dabai, you are really utilitarian. The polar bear wanted to slap the black cat to death. Did he mean this? He just emphasized Minji's greatness. I suggest picking up our other comrades as soon as possible. After hearing the two's words, the little wolf expressed his opinion. Minji's power is too special, and His Majesty can't resist public pressure for too long. Mingyu will soon be forced to appear in front of the public. The more people who can protect him, the better. Yes, I don't believe the 11 of us can't protect one silly youth. A pause, and then Arthur hunched back and jumped on the spot like a startled animal. Meow? Stupid wolf, did you wake up? Chapter 25. Auction. After making a cup of tea for each of them, the several beautiful female attendants bowed respectfully, then exited one after the other. Lu Muyen picked up the white porcelain celadone teacup and lifted its lid. A refreshing fragrance wafted out. There was a trace of spiritual force in the tea. It wasn't the lowest grade tea either. Ming Alliance of Merchants sure was generous. She took a sip and the scent of tea lingered in her mouth. It had been so long since she drank any spiritual tea. This tea was very much inferior to the spiritual tea Lu Muyen had tasted before. But she didn't dislike it at all. She was famous as a tea lover back in the immortal cultivation world. This spiritual tea is pretty good. When the auction's over, I better ask to buy some from shopkeeper Lu. My grandpa loves this. Xiao Ziong exclaimed after taking a few more sips of spiritual tea. Lu Muyen smiled lightly and asked, "This spiritual tea is also sold by the Ming Alliance of Merchants?" The spiritual tea isn't sold publicly, but if you have some connections, then you could still obtain some. Yunlan's slender fingertips rubbed the celadone cup, then raised his eyes. If Muyen wants, then I can get some for you. Then thank you, cousin. Lu Muyen thanked him without restraint. She really liked this spiritual tea, so she'll remember this personal favor. We're a family, there's no need for formalities. Yunlan smiled and shook his head. His Empress mother really loved Lu Muyen, even if she used to be known as the trash of the Imperial capital, and had an overbearing and dislikable personality. His Empress mother never lessened her doting on Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen also remembered how her Empress aunt truly did love her a lot. Not to mention, even though Yunlan wasn't close to her, he never bullied her, and instead, protected her even when he didn't want to. Such relatives were rare and precious, so she should become more familiar with him in the future. As the auction hadn't started yet, they chatted idly, but soon they heard a knock on the door. Yunlan gave the guard behind him a look, and the person walked over to open the private room door. There, a beautiful woman with a gentle temperament in a rose-red palace dress entered, bringing a few others. Amongst them were Gu Yanran and Zheng Rao. When the two saw Lu Muyen, they were surprised. Zheng Rao's dislike was written all over her face, while Gu Yanran concealed her resentment. They didn't expect this trash would be with the third prince and his group. They didn't dare to offend any of the people here, so they didn't ridicule Lu Muyen for the time being. When Lu Muyen saw the two of them, She fell into thought, but didn't say anything and only sat there quietly with her teacup. Brother third prince, brother fifth prince, fourth cousin, young Sir Xiao, young Sir Qi. When she saw Lu Muyan's, surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she smiled at her and said, "Young Miss Lu, seventh princess." Lu Muyan replied with a faint smile. The seventh princess was Imperial noble consort Hu's daughter, and was in the heaven class of the Imperial Academy. They didn't have a lot of interactions, but neither did she bully her like Gu Yanran and her group did. In the palace, the seventh prince's mother had a good relationship with Gu Yanran's elder sister, but she wouldn't offend the empress either. She was rather skillful in that aspect. Yunwan and the others smiled and nodded in greeting to seventh princess Yun Xian. She usually knew how to conduct herself, and none of them disliked her. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Yun Xian also had her own private room, but after hearing that Yun Lan and his group arrived, she brought Gu Yanran and the others over for a greeting. Third prince, fifth prince. Gu Yanran and Zheng Rou also stepped forward to greet the rest, but they both ignored Lu Muyan. Lu Muyan didn't care either. She was indifferent without any ripples of emotion in her eyes. "Yixian, you also came to participate in the auction." Gu Yanran smiled softly. Her voice was smooth like water, and she looked at Qi Yixian lovingly. Qi Yixian furrowed his brows subconsciously. In the past, he wasn't as disgusted by Gu Yanran's fake tenderness, but for some reason, he disliked it today. He nodded coldly, yes. Gu Yanran froze, and a sourness rose in her heart. When she entered just now and saw Lu Muyan here, she already felt uncomfortable. Why should this trash be here? It was only because she was born lucky. If she didn't have the general's mansion, then this trash wouldn't have been anything. She could step on her all she wanted. Yun Xian felt Gu Yanran's mood fluctuate, and even had a feeling of resentment. She was a little disappointed inside. Compared with Imperial noble consort Gu Yanran's schemes were lacking too much. Even compared with the current Lu Muyan, her tolerance was lacking too. With Zheng Rao's status, she wouldn't have been able to participate in such an auction. She was only able to participate because of her relationship with Gu Yanran, and because she gifted the princess a valuable present and asked to be given a chance. So she could only glare at Lu Muyan and say nothing. The auction is about to start. I'll return to my private room now. Yun Xian really couldn't stand Zheng Rou being this way, and she regretted agreeing to bring her. She liked Lu Mubai, so she didn't want to become enemies with her. To prevent any conflict, it was best to leave. Sure, you may go. Yunwan also didn't like Gu Yanran and Zheng Rou, so he simply nodded. Gu Yanran endured the grievances in her heart and looked at Qi Yixian affectionately, hoping that he could allow her to remain. She didn't want Lu Muyan and Qi Yixian to remain alone together, but her beloved appeared to not even see her amorous gaze, only looking down, staring at the tea set. Let's go. Yun Xian furrowed her eyebrows and warned Gu Yanran with her eyes. This wasn't the type to express love at all. This woman's brain was becoming more and more useless, as expected from the schemes of someone who came from a small, lowly family. A thin mist rose in Gu Yanran's eyes. Seeing that Qi Yixian still had no intention of letting her stay, she could only stomp her foot, endure the grievance, and leave with the seventh princess. She looked like a tearful flower. Yixian, your little wife's full of grievance. Aren't you going to chase after her and comfort her? Or bring her back and sit for a bit? Yun Jin smiled and joked as if he feared there wasn't enough chaos in the world one. Qi Yixian didn't say a word, but he looked up coldly at Yun Jin, an evident look of displeasure. Seeing Qi Yixian's cold face, Yun Jin shrugged, then glanced at Lu Muyan, who had been indifferent this entire time with only a slight curve of interest on her lips. Qi Yixian also looked at Lu Muyan in his peripheral vision, and saw that she was drinking tea leisurely without any response. He suddenly felt sour, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. Except, he felt an inexplicable resentment towards Gu Yanran. He allowed his family to arrange her as his concubine, because she was obedient, but seeing how restless and impure she was now, he suddenly felt that he needed to carefully consider whether or not to marry this woman in as a decoration too. One does things as he pleases to marry her just for the sake of it. Chapter 26. Contend for the cauldron. When the auction was about to begin, there was a knock on the door to their private room. Yin Lan frowned unconsciously, and the guard standing behind him immediately opened the door. Shopkeeper Lu entered with the 7th princess and her company and said with a smile, "Third prince, just now a very distinguished guest came to participate in the auction, but he wanted his own private room. The superiors of the Imperial family decided that the private room for the 7th princess was to be made available. So is it possible for the princess and her company to share this private room with you?" Shopkeeper Lu had no other choice. He couldn't offend that distinguished guest, and 5 of the private rooms for distinguished guest were booked by the royal family. So he could only go and negotiate with them. Their answer was to give the private room of the 7th princess to that distinguished guest. So he had to come forward to coordinate. Who is this very distinguished guest? Yin Luo asked aloud what everyone wondered. Shopkeeper Lu thought for a while and said, "A sword monarch expert. As for the rest, please forgive this one for being unable to answer." Solemnity filled the room, and they didn't ask any more. After they agreed, Shopkeeper Lu asked the attendants to add a few more chairs. As the private room was designed to be relatively large, adding a few more seats for the 7th princess and her company didn't make it feel any more crowded. "Sorry to bother brother third prince." Yin Xian managed a smile. She felt very uncomfortable about the situation, but that person wasn't someone she could offend, so she could only bear it. Yin Lan smiled softly and shook his head, saying, "No matter." Adding a few more people was nothing. Yin Xian took Gu Yanran, Zheng Ro and 2 other women to sit down. Then the auction officially started. On the auction stage, an elegant middle-aged man entered with a gentle smile. "Today is the triennial auction. I am Ni Jun, today's auctioneer. Everyone knows the credibility of our alliance, and I believe that the auction this time won't disappoint everyone either." Ni Jun paused, then continued. "Today the auction also deliberately added 3 finale items, all of which are rare and of the finest quality. So everyone must seize the opportunity." Seeing that most of the people below displayed looks of anticipation and excitement, he said with a smile, "I presume everyone can't wait any longer, so I won't say any more. Let the auction officially begin now. Let's auction the first item." Ni Jun clapped his hands, and a young woman walked out holding a tray with a jade slip on it. "This is a mortal-class top-grade manual suitable for wind attribute sword masters. Cultivating this technique can not only enhance the power of wind-based sword skills, but also build a defensive wall that could attack and defend, which is very rare." The auctioneer smiled, and after the introduction, he began to guide the people below to bid. "It starts at 100,000 black gold coins." The manuals on this land were divided into mortal class, earth class, sky class, saint class and deity class. Each class was divided into 3 grades, top grade, middle grade and low grade. The mortal class top grade manuals were vied for eagerly by Sword King stage sword masters and below. Good manuals couldn't always be bought with money, and sometimes it was even impossible to find them. So being able to auction manuals was also a demonstration of the Ming Alliance of Merchants' vast resources. Lu Muyin wasn't interested in this manual, however. Even if a sky-rank manual was presented to her, she wouldn't necessarily be interested. In her previous life, when she trained in her sect and explored numerous secret realms, she obtained many copies of manuals that would make numerous cultivators crazy. Now those manuals still existed in her sea of consciousness, and was also a valuable asset. She was still going to practice the manuals from her precious life, as they weren't only the most suitable for her, but it also prevented her from taking a lot of detours. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Lu Muyin was calm, but Gu Yanran couldn't remain calm. She was a sword master with the wind attribute, and the best manual in the Gu clan was mortal class middle grade. A fire of desire burned in her eyes, and she clenched her fists. She must obtain this manual. 500,000. When the price for the manual reached 350,000, Gu Yanran directly raised the price. Gu Yanran's clan was the richest clan in the empire, so she had strong financial strength. Even the Lu clan couldn't compare. But the Lu clan's true worth was something that the Gu clan couldn't compare to. That's why even though Imperial noble consort Gu was very arrogant in the palace, she couldn't supersede the empress. This time, as Gu Yanran participated in the auction, the Gu clan gave her 8 million black gold coins. Even the core children and disciples of old distinguished families of the empire couldn't take out this figure of money. It was enough for her to be proud of. Yunlan casually glanced at the excited and proud Gu Yanran. His eyes darkened and looked at Lu Muyen. Does Muyen not want this manual? I remember you also cultivated wind attribute skills. If you like it, I'll bid for it and gift it to you. Lu Muyen was taken aback for a moment. Then her heart warmed, and she glanced at Gu Yanran in her peripheral vision, whose expression immediately changed. She shook her head uninterested. Thank you, cousin, but there's no need. I'm not interested. She wasn't so bored as to act on impulse and contend for this manual with Gu Yanran, wasting Yunlan's black gold coins. Gu Yanran felt relieved when she heard Lu Muyen wasn't interested, but she also felt unpleasant. Why did it feel like she was picking up an insignificant manual that the trash didn't want? A vicious look crossed her eyes. After the Academy's annual competition, she would definitely step on Lu Muyen. In the end, the wind attribute skill was bought by Gu Yanran with the price of 3 million black gold coins. After that, 6 or 7 more items were auctioned one after another, but Lu Muyen wasn't interested in any of them, and not a single person bid for them in the private room. It wasn't until the auctioneer unveiled a piece of red cloth, revealing a small, dark blue cauldron did she straightened up in her seat, her eyes bright. This is a cauldron left behind by a senior grade 4 alchemist, and this cauldron is a high-quality spirit tool. It could withstand the internal fire of a sword monarch stage expert, and could even increase the rate of pills refined. I believe everyone understands how valuable it is for alchemists without me saying any more. Though Jun saw that most people revealed uninterested expressions, he didn't mind. Alchemists were originally very rare professions, and it would be useless for anyone else to buy this cauldron. He turned the auction hammer and announced with a smile. The starting price of the blue cauldron is 300,000 black gold coins. The bid begins. Lu Muyen discovered that the auctions held by the Ming Alliance of Merchants were indeed very high class. The starting price was already 300,000. That was the income of many years for many clans in Yinzhou country. Then she discovered that she was rather poor. The 1 million black gold coins, given by Yi Qinghan plus the money from the Lu clan, was only 3 million black gold coins altogether. If she couldn't afford this, then she'd have to buy the cauldron by selling some of her things. 3 million. Lu Muyen was too lazy to bid slowly, so she directly reported all her money. Pu. Yunjin couldn't stop himself from spitting out his spiritual tea, lifted his head and said, Lu Muyen, you're ruthless. Even a spendthrift wouldn't waste money like this. What was a sword master buying an unusable cauldron for? And the very first bid was 3 million black gold coins. Was the Lu clan this rich? Why didn't he know? Lu Muyen, you're deliberately punishing me, right? Xiao Ziong was just about to bid 500,000 when Lu Muyen beat him to it. He was really gloomy. What's all this about? Lu Muyen rolled her eyes at Xiao Ziong. What am I doing punishing you? I've got no bones to pick with you at all. I really just want to get this cauldron. Then I'm sorry, this cauldron is also very useful to me. Xiao Ziong shrugged, then bid 3,500,000. Lu Muyen knew it would be like this. This blue cauldron was very tempting to alchemists. But she didn't have a cauldron that was convenient for her to use right now, and this cauldron just met her requirements, so she could only bleed heavily one. Chapter 27. The soul of a vicious beast. After Xiao Ziong announced his bid, everyone in the private room casted their gaze to Lu Muyen. Seeing Lu Muyen's determined, thoughtful gaze, Yunlan lowered his gaze, then looked up and asked, Muyen likes this cauldron? Yep. Lu Muyen nodded and hid the emotions in her eyes. Then I'll buy it and gift it to you. He never seemed to have gifted Lu Muyen anything, and since it was rare that she wanted something other than Qi Yi Xian, he decided to buy it for her. Lu Muyan's eyes revealed slight surprise. She didn't think her cousin would be this generous, but seeing sincerity, she made a decision in her heart. Sure. Then I won't be polite. 3,600,000. Yunlan nodded with a smile and joined the bid. 4 million. Someone in the next room called. Xiao Ziong glared at Yunlan. Trust you to discard your humanity for the opposite sex one. I remember that your master gifted you a cauldron that's higher in grade than this one. Yunlan raised his eyebrows. Don't think I don't know your hobby of collecting cauldrons. This cauldron is more important to Mu Yan, so naturally I'll choose her first. How do you know this cauldron is more important to her? Xiao Ziong rolled his eyes. She only just managed to eradicate her terminal meridian's constitution. Don't tell me she became an alchemist in such a short amount of time. I believe in my cousin. Yunlan played with the teacup in his hand and continued to bid. 4,500,000. Xiao Ziong held his forehead. He didn't have a strong desire for this cauldron, and did indeed only want to buy it for his collection. After all, this was a cauldron once used by that particular high-level alchemist. But seeing that Yunlan definitely wouldn't stop until he bought the cauldron, he also gave up. Lu Muyan. Xiao Ziong tapped Lu Muyan's arm with a look of a child's curiosity. As long as you tell me how you eradicated your terminal meridian's constitution, then I won't bid against you, how about that? Lu Muyan looked at him in amusement. It's not like I'm paying for it, do whatever you want. She already caught Xiao Ziong's expression that revealed he wanted to give up the bidding. But now he wanted to elicit an answer from her? He was too young. You. Xiao Ziong choked, then pouted in annoyance, but he still stopped bidding. 5 million. The person in the next room called out another figure. 5,500,000. Yunlan continued to increase the price, his expression unchanged. 6 million. The other party continued. Yun Luo knew that Yunlan still wanted to buy other things today, and he probably only brought around 20 million black gold coins. If he used a third of it or even more for this cauldron, it was possible he would miss the other things he wanted. He couldn't help but remind him. This price already exceeded the value of the cauldron, I think that's enough. Yunlan did want to buy other things, but he was one to keep his promises, so he wouldn't lose Lu Muyan's faith. If he missed the item he wanted, then it only meant they weren't fated. No need, he probably reached his baseline now. 6,100,000. Yunlan increased the price. As Yunlan expected, the person in the private room next to them stopped bidding after hearing the price. Lu Muyan felt warm seeing Yunlan continue to bid for the cauldron without hesitation. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. In fact, she could see that Yunlan did doubt her purpose of buying the cauldron, but he still supported her unconditionally. Regardless of why he trusted her, she would acknowledge this cousin. Seeing Lu Muyan's ecstatic appearance, Yun Luo sighed inwardly. He thought that she had changed, but he was afraid she probably only wanted to buy this cauldron to attract Qi Yixian's attention. Gu Yanran and Zheng Ro exchanged looks and saw jealousy in each other's eyes. Why did this trash have this much luck? She didn't have money, and yet she still had someone rush to help her. Why? However, the two soon summed it up to family. After all, the Empress loved the trash dearly, so it made sense that the third prince would be this generous to Lu Muyan. Although Yin Xian was surprised why her third brother, who was kind on the surface but cold on the inside, would regard Lu Muyan so favorably. But she still kept the gentle smile on her face, as she did from the beginning. Qi Yixian frowned, and glanced at Lu Muyan in disapproval. It seemed she returned to her nature, still so willful. Yun Jin simply had the mentality to watch a good show. He felt that Lu Muyan would shock them once again. After a few more items were auctioned off, some people in their private room began to bid as well. Qi Yixian, Yun Luo, and the seventh princess each took one item, and the price reached over 10 million black gold coins each. Another few auctions later, Ni Jun took a palm-sized shield from his attendant, and his eyes unconsciously revealed some excitement. This shield was created by the great master Yen, and is a peak-quality spirit tool. Wow! An uproar stirred from the people below when they heard Great Master Yan's name. Who was Great Master Yan? He was one of Tianling continent's greatest high-level smiths, and once refined a saint treasure that even sword sovereign stage experts vied for in bloody battles. But it was unfortunate that after Great Master Yin entered a secret realm, he never returned. Whether he was alive or dead was uncertain, but many guessed that he was probably dead, which was a pity. Lu Muyin didn't pay attention to the excitement of the people around her. She focused her attention on the small yellow shield. There's something suspicious. That was her first feeling, so she spread her spiritual sense and tentatively slipped into the shield. The moment she touched the small shield, a roar from a vicious beast entered her brain and confronted her spiritual sense. If it weren't that her mental energy was very strong, this sound would definitely cause an internal injury. And Jun gestured for everyone to silence, and the people in the audience immediately hushed, all staring at the palm-sized shield fervently. Since this shield was made by Great Master Yen, then its value should belong in the category of the finale items, right? To auction it now, does it possibly have any defects? A hoarse, aged voice questioned from a private room opposite Lu Muyin and her companies. It's that sword monarch expert. Yin Xan couldn't help but say. That was the private room she was in before. As expected from a professional auctioneer, and Jun not only didn't feel any dissatisfaction from their questioning, but also took the opportunity to say what he originally wanted to say. This distinguished guest is right. Although this shield is a peak-quality spirit tool created by Great Master Yen, but it does have a defect, and it's that you couldn't use your elemental energy to control its size and confront the enemy. While Jun spoke, he channeled some of his elemental energy into the small shield. It spun around in his hand, then a yellow light instantly enveloped the shield. Just when everyone waited for it to display its power, there was no longer any reactions. This shield has also been tried by several Sword King appraisers from our Ming Alliance of Merchants, but it was the same response as this. And Jun retrieved his elemental energy, and the shield returned its original appearance. Therefore, several appraisers from our Ming Alliance of Merchants agreed that it was only suitable for a fated person. If that person could control this shield, then its defense could definitely withstand one blow from a sword monarch expert. Lu Muyan's lips curled slightly. Suitable for a fated person? Those Sword King appraisers probably didn't even discover the soul of a vicious beast hidden within the small shield. One popular Chinese colloquial saying, to do something without any regards of anyone else for the opposite sex, usually to attract or befriend the opposite sex for whatever reason, can be said as a joke between friends. Chapter 28. Something suspicious. As soon as Jun's words fell, the excitement of many were extinguished. What was the use of obtaining a peak-quality spirit tool shield? But it wouldn't be used. Were they looking to abuse themselves? According to you, then it's useless for us to buy this shield. They wouldn't believe nonsense like it was only suitable for a fated one. They only believed that this shield was faulty. That's right. Then can we try whether we can use it before we buy it? If we can use it, then we'd buy it. Some people still held a great desire for this shield, so they wanted to try. Following, a series of doubts sounded from the seats, and there were also some who didn't want to give up and give the shield a try. If they could control it, then they'd buy it. And Jun seemed to have expected such a situation, so he said without rush, letting those who want to buy it to try to use it was definitely impossible. This shield's value is indeed very high, and it's also true you would have to risk the possibility of being unable to use it. Whether you buy it or not is your choice, but our Ming Alliance of Merchants wouldn't joke with our reputation. This shield was entrusted to them for auction by a regular client of theirs, and he didn't allow potential buyers to test it. Besides, if someone decided to buy this shield, then they should bear the unforeseen risks. After all, it was a fortuitous opportunity if they bought it and could use it. Due to the strength of the Ming Alliance of Merchants, even though Jun's words made some people unsatisfied, but no one dared provoke him, the result would only be death. The value of this shield depends on what you personally feel it's worth. Well, start the bid now. The starting price is 500,000 black gold coins. Jun quoted the minimum price. If this shield didn't have the defect, then the starting price definitely wouldn't be lower than 3 million black gold coins. 600,000. 900,000. Regardless, it was still a peak-quality defense-type spirit tool. Not to mention it was made by Great Master Yen. So many still participated in the bidding, but they had their individual baselines. If it exceeded it, then they'd stop. To them, it felt like food that was tasteless, yet was a pity to discard one. When the price reached 9 million, Lu Muyin saw Yunlan hesitating, tapping his finger on the table gently. She looked up and said, "Cousin, this shield is definitely worth it." Lu Muyin, such a defective product isn't even worth spending 10 million black gold coins or more. There's still spirit tools to bid for later. Alan can definitely choose a more practical one. Seeing Lu Muyin instigate Yunlan, Yun Luo frowned in displeasure, but his tone was still considered tactful. Lu Muyin's eyes overflowed with brightness. She didn't answer Yun Luo, but instead chuckled and turned to Yunlan. "Cousin, you need to believe in your instincts." Yunlan was a little hesitant at first. He leaned towards buying the shield as that shield gave him a mysterious feeling, but what Yun Luo said was also the truth. That's why he was tossing between to bid or not to bid. Now that he heard Lu Muyin's words, he suddenly became enlightened and bid. 10 million. "Yunlan, I say your head's full of water today too," Yun Luo said with a little displeasure. Yunlan was just unreasonable today, constantly accompanying Lu Muyin in her craziness. Yunlan smiled helplessly. He knew that his cousin was doing this for his own good, but he also didn't know why. When he saw Lu Muyin radiate such self-confidence, he also inexplicably wanted to believe in her. 12 million. A voice rang from another private room. 13 million. Yunlan followed. 14 million. The other party still didn't give up. 15 million. This was all the black gold coins Yunlan had on him today, but luckily, the other party stopped after hearing the price. In the end, Yunlan won the bid for this shield for 15 million black gold coins. Qi Yixian and Xiao Ziong both revealed a disapproval look, but since it was Yunlan's choice, they didn't say anything. However, their understanding of Lu Muyin's willfulness increased another layer. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Yun Jin had the opposite reaction to the others, however. He smiled merrily at Lu Muyin and asked, "There's something suspicious about this shield?" Smart. Lu Muyin was rather surprised. Yun Jin actually believed her as well. She was in a good mood, which was rare, as she nodded. "What's suspicious about it? Let's hear it." Yun Jin continued to ask. "You'll know in a bit." Lu Muyin was too lazy to explain. Besides, when the people from the Ming Alliance of Merchants arrived with the shield, they'd know. The corner of Yun Jin's lips twitched. But he realized he'd know the answer soon, so he didn't pursue it. Ridicule flashed in Gu Yinran's eyes, as she took delight in her coming misfortune. As if she'd believed that there was anything suspicious about the shield. This was no doubt all a ruse to show something to Qi Yixian. It was just that this stupid woman didn't know that Yixian didn't like this sort of sloppy behavior. Zheng Ro snorted. But when she saw Yunlan cast a cold look at her, her smile quickly vanished and her hatred for Lu Muyin increased. Yun Luo and Xiao Ziong glanced at each other. They didn't believe in Lu Muyin's words, and only hoped Yunlan would learn his lesson after this, and stop spoiling his trash cousin unscrupulously. Lu Muyin saw everyone's expressions, but she didn't care. She only ever cared about people she valued, and the rest were nothing to her. When she glanced over to Yun Xian, she saw a gentle smile. A sliver of interest rose in her eyes. This woman's scheming sure was deep. She didn't display either happiness or anger. As expected from a princess raised by the Imperial family, after a while, a knock sounded on the door. The auction items of the Ming Alliance of Merchants were all inspected and paid for on-site with their crystal cards. One auction was divided into several rounds, and after one round, the auctioneer will announce a break of a quarter of an hour. Then after the transactions of the items, they'd continue the next round. The person who sent the shield over was shopkeeper Lu. Towards every superior in the imperial family of every country, the Ming Alliance of Merchants would all have secret ways of cooperation and contacts. Knowing Yun Lan was Yinzhou country's emperor's favorite son, he naturally caught the attention of the person in charge of the alliance in Yinzhou country. Third Prince, this is the spirit tool you won, please inspect it. Shopkeeper Lu took the tray from an attendant behind him and handed it to Yun Lan. Yun Lan nodded with a smile. We've troubled Shopkeeper Lu to come in person. When saying that, he reached out and took the palm-sized shield from the tray. After channeling some elemental energy into it, the shield's reaction was the same as the demonstration by Inai Jun. Only a layer of light yellow light surrounded the shield, and there was no other response. Upon seeing this, Shopkeeper Lu smiled helplessly and reminded. The shield was identified as a peak-quality spirit tool precisely because it couldn't be controlled. If the third prince could discover how to control it in private, then its level wouldn't simply be a spirit tool. These kinds of auction items were just like that. It depended on luck. If one couldn't find a way to control it, then it would just be a burden. But if one did find a way, then its value was definitely several times higher, perhaps dozens of times higher than the auction price. No worries. I can still bear this risk. Yun Lan's expression remained unchanged. He always felt that this shield wasn't that simple. After the auction was over, he could carefully examine it. Lu Muyen, didn't you say that the shield was suspicious, so you got the third prince to win it? Zheng Ro jumped out after receiving Gu Yanran's look. Now that the third prince couldn't use the shield, then I trust you have a solution? After she said that, everyone cast their gazes onto Lu Muyen. Coldness flashed in Yun Lan's eyes. He saw Gu Yanran and Zheng Ro exchange glances just now. The Gu clan had become more arrogant because the Imperial noble consort gained favor. While Zheng Ro dared to be so presumptuous, their education was definitely horrible. It seemed that it was time for the Zheng clan to change their head of the family. One idiom meaning it didn't have a lot of value, but they were reluctant to part with it. Two equivalent to having a screw loose, or one's head's not in the right place. Chapter 29. The mystery hidden in the shield. Seeing the chill hidden in Yun Lan's eyes, Lu Muyen knew that he was very dissatisfied with Zheng Ro and Gu Yanran's provocation. Even if he couldn't use this shield, but he didn't blame her. That was enough for her to act. Cousin, show me the shield. Yun Lan nodded and handed the small shield over to Lu Muyen. In order to not burden her, he added, let everything flow with fate, there's no need to mind. Lu Muyen smiled silently as she took the small shield in her hands. The mental energy she released earlier was still attached to the small shield and was confronting the soul of the vicious beast. Yun Luo and the others stared at Lu Muyen to see what tricks she could play. Even shopkeeper Lu didn't leave immediately after swiping the crystal card, and instead waited with curiosity in his eyes. Noticing the power of the vicious beast's soul weakening slowly under her suppression, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She raised her left hand and began to draw with 2 fingers above the shield, and traces of spiritual energy flowed with her movements like moving clouds and flowing water, constructing a talisman that flashed with a white fluorescent light hovering in the air. Suppress! As Lu Muyen's voice fell, the talisman drawn with spiritual energy instantly dashed down and entered the small shield in her hand. Drawing talismans in the void, shopkeeper Lu couldn't help but exclaim with his eyes wide open. Then he realized he lost his composure, coughed to cover it up, but the shock that filled his heart hardly lessened. Drawing talismans in the void was something that could only be performed by Sword King experts that had slightly touched upon the laws of heaven and earth. So when it was performed by Lu Muyen, who was only at the Great Sword Master stage, he couldn't help but lose himself. Hearing shopkeeper Lu's exclamation, apart from Gu Yanran and Zheng Ro who didn't know about drawing talismans in the void, the rest looked at Lu Muyen in utter shock. Lu Muyen wasn't distracted because of shopkeeper Lu's loss of composure. She continued to chant a few more sentences and characters that contained spiritual energy exited her mouth. But this no one saw. After a while, the small shield in her hand suddenly shone brightly, and then a dazzling yellow light burst out. When the blinding light dissipated, the small shield flew out of her hand and hovered in mid-air in the private room, then enlarged itself from the size of a palm eventually stopping when it reached half the size of a person. "Cousin, try again." Lu Muyen waved, and the yellow shield obediently returned to her hand, returning to the size of her palm. Yunlong forced the shock in his eyes down and took the shield. Then he channeled some elemental energy into it, and discovered that he could actually connect with the shield. His lips curled up, threw it up gently, and with a thought, the shield immediately flashed a layer of bright light and enlarged. "Spirit treasure!" Yun Luo exclaimed. Shopkeeper Lu looked at the shield that Yunlong controlled at will, and narrowed his eyes, then laughed out loudly. "Congratulations to the third prince. This shield was previously identified as a peak-quality spirit tool, and if one could control it, then it could potentially increase a quality. But who knew that this shield would skip peerless quality and advance straight into a low-quality spirit treasure? Its value is 100 times your bid." It was indeed a bargain. Yunlan's face also showed a rare look of delight. He also didn't think that this small shield would be a spirit treasure. In the entire Yinzhou country, those who had spirit treasures could be counted on 10 fingers, and they were all high-stage experts. Why wouldn't he be happy to be fated to obtain something like this? Lu Muyen returned to her seat without any ripples in her eyes, as if this was a trivial matter, and that she had long known this would be the result. When she released her mental energy to suppress the beast soul earlier, she discovered that this shield was a spirit treasure. Magic tools were divided into spirit tools, spirit treasures, saint tool, saint treasure, deity tool and deity treasure. Each level was also divided into low quality, middle quality, high quality, peak quality and peerless quality. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. When Yunlong saw Lu Muyen sitting calmly in her seat sipping her tea, he could only sigh. This cousin of his was more composed and graceful than any of the others present. He cast a grateful look, and Lu Muyen returned it with a smile. "Lu Muyen, how did you know that there was something suspicious about this shield?" Xiao Ziong discovered that Lu Muyen had kept him on the edge of his seat so many times today, but he didn't feel good if he didn't ask questions. Shopkeeper Lu rubbed the jadeite thumb ring he wore, and said with a mysterious smile, "This old man is also very curious about how young Miss Lu could control this shield at will. Can young Miss Lu satisfy out curiosity?" Then he added, "Of course, if it is inconvenient, then young Miss Lu could regard it as if this old man did not ask." Lu Muyen took a sip of tea and looked down at it. The tea water was golden, rich and clear, and a rich tea fragrance lingered around her nose. Then she raised her eyes and asked instead, "Shopkeeper Lu, does the Ming Alliance of Merchants sell this season's high-quality spiritual tea?" "Naturally we do. If young Miss Lu wants to buy, then this old man can apply for some." Shopkeeper Lu halted, then followed her words. It was only a little bit of spiritual tea. He could still make the decision. "Lu Muyen, you ignored me again." Xiao Ziong tugged at Lu Muyen's sleeve, annoyed. Only when he realized her eyebrows wrinkled together, lightly did he immediately let go. Lu Muyen realized that Xiao Ziong's character was really the simpler one amongst the few black-bellied men here. She rolled her eyes at him, then answered, "Truth is, there's a soul of a vicious beast sealed inside this defensive shield. If you couldn't suppress it, then you naturally wouldn't be able to control this spirit treasure. So that's how it is." Shopkeeper Lu nodded thoughtfully. Although he was curious about how Lu Muyen knew about the beast's soul sealed within the shield, but that involved another person's secrets, so he resisted asking. "Then how do you know that there's a vicious beast soul in the shield?" Yun Luo discovered that he had completely misunderstood Lu Muyen. How was she a good-for-nothing trash? She could even draw talismans in the void. She sure hid her talents well. "Did you use the talisman you drew in the void to suppress the beast soul?" "Regarding how I knew there was a vicious beast soul in the shield, forgive me for being unable to tell." Lu Muyen raised her eyebrows with a smile. She wouldn't reveal her exceptional mental energy. As for the spirit talisman, of course it was used to suppress the beast soul. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. Zheng Ro clenched her hands. How could this trash really discover the secret of this shield? Impossible. It must be like a blind cat finding a dead mouse too. She unconsciously snorted out loud when she thought that. A sliver of jealousy flashed in Gu Yanran's eyes. She originally planned to see Lu Mu Yin make a fool of herself, but who knew the trash suddenly became so powerful? She felt a little uneasy about the Academy annual competition coming up soon. Seeing Zheng Ro come out to teach Lu Mu Yin a lesson, the corners of her lips rose. Impudent, who allowed you to interrupt? Zheng Ro, a big-breasted woman with no brains, was exceptionally annoying. After Yin Lan's reproach, he ordered the guards behind him. Throw her out. Yes. The two guards were also very disgusted with Zheng Rao's behavior. Young Miss Lu helped their master obtain a spirit treasure, yet this woman dared to ridicule. She was truly courting death. The two immediately stepped up and dragged her out. It was then that Zheng Ro realized she had lost her composure. This was mainly due to being so used to acting arrogant in front of Lu Mu Yin that she reflexively scoffed at her. She didn't expect to have caused trouble today. Third Prince, I didn't mean it. Can you please forgive me? When Zheng Ro was dragged to the door, she exerted her strength in an attempt to get rid of the restraints of the two guards, and turned her head to beg Yin Lan coquettishly. If she was really thrown out of here today, not only would she lose face, but the Zheng clan would also completely lose face, and by the time she returned, she'd be in trouble. Yin Lan waved his hand impatiently, and signaled to the guards to hurry up. Shopkeeper Lu also instructed the attendants next to him. In the future, this young miss of the Zheng clan is not allowed to enter any shops of the Ming Alliance of Merchants for Trade, nor is she allowed to participate in auctions. Yes. No, I don't want that. Zheng Ro panicked when she heard the words of Shopkeeper Lu. Suddenly remembering someone, she immediately yelled out to Qi Yixian, cousin, save me." One idiom, describing her movements, were very natural and smooth. Two idiom meaning she got lucky. Chapter 30. Appearance of the spirit devourer beast called by Zheng Ro. Qi Yixian frowned with a headache. This cousin of his was even more worrying than Lu Mu Yin. Upon thinking of something, he glanced sideways at Lu Mu Yin, and discovered that her gaze towards Zheng Ro was full of disgust. So he cooled the tea with the lid of the cup, pretending to not have heard. Upon thinking of something, he glanced sideways at Lu Mu Yin, and discovered that her gaze towards Zheng Ro was full of disgust. So he cooled the tea with the lid of the cup, pretending to not have heard. Lu Mu Yin was like an attractive bright light now, so much so that he couldn't take his gaze off of her, and was inexplicably attracted to her. Regarding Zheng Rao's situation, he'll take it as giving Lu Mu Yin some face. Zheng Ro also wanted to beg the 7th princess and Gu Yin ran, but discovered that they didn't even look at her. She was so anxious tears were surfacing. Since she was about to be dragged away anyways, she might as well spill all her anger on Lu Mu Yin. But she only got to say the word Lu before her mouth was covered by the guards and dragged out. Finally peaceful, Xiao Ziong picked his ears. That Zheng Ro woman sure was annoying, and sure couldn't take any hints. Gu Yin moved her gaze from the door, and onto Qi Yixian. Seeing his indifferent expression, she held her breath. If the woman dragged out today was her, then would this man speak for her? Her peach-pink nails deeply embedded into her flesh, he definitely would. She believed that Qi Yixian liked her. Then viciousness flashed in her eyes. So what if Lu Mu Yin could use elemental energy now? During the Academy's annual competition, she'd just handicap her again. She'll see how arrogant this bitch would be then. Cousin, after you go back, you should refine the beast's soul. Then this spirit treasure will recognize you as its master. Lu Mu Yin secretly sent Yun Lan a telepathic message. Yun Lan put away the shield, and only answered with okay. Then didn't say any more. It wasn't appropriate to talk more about it here. As soon as Yun Lan finished replying telepathically, Enai Jun returned onto the auction stage to start the new round of auctions. I believe everyone will be tempted by the item we will auction now. Enai Jun teased, then clapped his hands with a smile. Following, an attendant carried something up to the auction platform. Enai Jun uncovered the red cloth, and a rectangular cage appeared in front of everyone, with a small shimmering white-furred beast locked inside. There was a cluster of bright red fur, like a blazing flame, on its forehead. Seeing that the item auctioned was a demonic beast cub of a species many people didn't recognize, some asked aloud, "What kind of demonic beast is this? I've never seen it before." It actually has the strength of a Tier 2 beast. This cub is actually a Tier 2 demonic beast. After growing up it's got to reach Tier 5 or 6, right? Tier 5 or 6. Then this is worth a shot. The discussion below was endless, and upon seeing everyone's emotions were aroused, Jean said with a smile, "This is a fire cloud mink cub. Its battle power isn't strong, but it has an extremely keen sense of smell, and could find spiritual herbs and spirit stones. At maturity, it could be as strong as a Tier 5 demonic beast." Although the demonic beast wasn't strong in terms of combat power, but the fact that it could find spiritual herbs and spirit stones was something that attracted the attention of many experts. The eyes of many, who already had a mountain of fortune, lit up, ready to act. Lu Muyan was also one of them. Of course, she wasn't just interested in this demonic beast cub's ability to find spiritual herbs and spirit stones, but also because she recognized this as a mutated royal demonic beast, the Spirit Devourer. Though this demonic beast resembled a fire cloud mink, and its talents in the early stage were also similar, but once it reached Tier 6, it could unlock its bloodline and activate its innate talent inherited through its bloodline. That was when it would be a true Spirit Devourer beast. The Spirit Devourer beast was considered a king-class demonic beast that reigned over its own territory in the demonic realm back in her old world. Its value was incomparable to that of a fire cloud mink. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, however, judging from the current situation, the people present may not have recognized its true identity. She decided that regardless of the price, she'd definitely win it. I believe everyone already has their baseline for the price of this demonic beast, so this one won't say anymore. The bidding begins. Starting price is 1 million gold coins. 2 million. 5 million. 10 million. Guyan Ran and the rest were also exceptionally excited, so everyone, except Lu Muyan, participated in the bid. But after bidding a few times, their excitement was soon extinguished as the small beast was vied for so intensely by the people in nearby private rooms that its price rose to 28 million. 30 million. Lu Muyan's sudden announcement stunned everyone in the private room. "Lu Muyan, you've gone crazy, right?" Yunjin said, dumbfounded. "That's 30 million black gold coins. Don't randomly make your bid. If you really end up winning but can't afford it, then the consequences will be very serious. It'd be considered light to have a broken leg or arm. The Ming Alliance of Merchants wouldn't let you go just because you're the young miss of the general's mansion. Muyan, be cautious." Even Yunlan showed disapproval this time. Lu Muyan had no money at all on herself, and he didn't have much left on him either. There was no way they could pay for this demonic beast. If they randomly bid for it, they'd be punished by the Ming Alliance of Merchants. Qi Yixian frowned deeper, and he also couldn't help but reprimand. "The Ming Alliance of Merchants isn't something we can provoke. Don't cause trouble." "Yeah. I don't care about you competing against me for the cauldron, but if you raise the price recklessly, then the fury of the experts isn't something you can bear." Xiao Ziong also couldn't help but remind her. The person in the private room opposite them was a sword monarch expert. Yun Luo also added helplessly, "Even if your grandfather and father stepped up, they might not be able to help you." The seventh princess just glanced at Lu Muyan curiously without any indication of her stance. For some reason, she felt that Lu Muyan didn't look like such an impulsive person. At this time, the price was still rising, and hearing someone from the private room opposite them bid 35 million, several people in this private room sighed with relief. Only Gu Yanran hoped that Lu Muyan would continue, then be heavily punished by the Ming Alliance of Merchants. And Lu Muyan didn't disappoint her either, directly bidding 40 million. "I'm serious. I'm not messing around and am not causing trouble. Since I dared to bid, then I'd naturally bear the consequences." Lu Muyan looked at the few people seriously. As for Gu Yanran watching her as if watching a joke, she completely ignored it. Seeing Lu Muyan's determination, Yunlan and the others couldn't say any more. With Lu Muyan's previous performance, she didn't seem like she was being willful this time. 43 million. The private room next to them continued. 45 million. Lu Muyan chased. The person in the opposite room announced the high price of 50 million. Then the price reached 60 million announced by Lu Muyen. The audience was in an uproar. This figure wasn't something any ordinary person could pay. The person in the private room opposite them also stopped quoting, presumably due to the price reaching his limit. Although the fire cloud mink could search for spiritual herbs and spirit stones, but spiritual herbs and spirit stones developed in treacherous zones or relatively dangerous places. So if one wasn't powerful, then the talents of the fire cloud mink was just a burden. 60 million black gold coins already exceeded the price that many people could bear. The little friend opposite, this demonic beast, is very important to this old man. Why don't you stop now? Take it as this old man owing you a personal favor. A hoarse, aged voice came from the opposite private room. It was an accident that he came to Yinzhou country to attend this auction, and as he was in a hurry, he only carried a little more than 60 million black gold coins. Chapter 31. Wished to auction the marrow cleansing pill. Upon hearing such a request from the sword monarch expert in the private room, Yun Lan's and the others' expressions changed. Shopkeeper Lu, I don't have enough black gold coins on me right now. Can I use an auction item to deduct from the price instead? Lu Muyan's expression was natural, but the look in her eyes deepened. It was impossible for her to yield the spirit devourer beast. Shopkeeper Lu was slightly taken aback, then quickly realized that Lu Muyan had plans to continue, so he couldn't help but remind her. Naturally, it's possible, but this old man still wants to remind young Miss Lu that if that demonic beast isn't that important to you, then it was best to concede it to the sword monarch. His temper is extremely weird and is not recommended to offend. I thank Shopkeeper Lu's reminder, but that demonic beast is very important to me. Even if it's a sword monarch expert, they don't have the right to force me to concede to him here in the Ming Alliance of Merchants, right? Lu Muyen pondered. So what if that person had a weird temper and shouldn't be offended? If a cultivator was afraid the moment they met an expert, then how could they achieve greatness? Since young Miss Lu chose such, then this old man will not say any more. Here on the territory of the Ming Alliance of Merchants, this old man can promise that even if a sword sovereign expert arrived, they would still not be able to force our distinguished guests to concede our auction items to someone else. What items do you wish to auction and use to deduct from the price? Take it out as you wish. Shopkeeper Lu felt even more appreciation for Lu Muyen. Whether it was because she was ignorant or bold, her courage was worthy of praise. Lu Muyen exuded confidence, then spoke to the private room opposite. Apologies, this demonic beast is also important to me, so forgive this junior for not yielding. Her attitude could be regarded as respectful, but it implied a sense of assertiveness. It was her inherent manner. Her aloofness had long been ingrained into her bones, and she wouldn't change just because was weaker now. And it was even more impossible for her to succumb to anyone. Humph. You do not know how to appreciate kindness. The person on the other side snorted coldly, evidently unhappy. 63 million. 64 million. Lu Muyen stroked the edge of the tea, then bid another price. She guessed that the money brought by the other party was already reaching its limit. As expected, the moment her voice fell, the private room opposite them fell silent. And Jun also didn't expect that someone would dare oppose that sword monarch expert. But he retracted his attention, then began to announce the auction results. The distinguished guest of private room number 9 bid 64 million black gold coins. Are there any higher bids? Seeing that no one bid anymore, he continued. I'll count from 10. If there's no higher bid, then this fire cloud mink cub will belong to the distinguished guest of the private room number 9. 10 9 8 7 6 5 4 3. When Jun arrived at 3, the innermost private room on the opposite side announced, 70 million. Gasp! Just when everyone thought that the person in private room number 9 would win, another bid came out. With the price so high, many people felt their flesh hurt. What a spendthrift! But many also held the mentality of wanting to watch a nice show, as they waited for a response from private room number 9. That private room belongs to the king of Jinxi? Yun Lan's expression changed as he asked Yun Jin beside him. Yunji also didn't expect that the king of Jinshi would suddenly interfere, frowned and said, "Yeah, that's the private room of royal uncle." The king of Jinzi was the younger brother of the emperor from a different mother, and had the strength of a sword king. He held a third of the military power of Yinzhou country, was arrogant, overbearing, presumptuous and unrestrained. With him competing against Lu Muyen, the price could be doubled. Lu Muyen knew who the king of Jinshi was. The relationship between this king and her father had been rather strained. A few years back, they even fought against each other regarding the Northwest War. Eventually the emperor sent the king of Jinshi to suppress a beast tide of foreign race initiated. But in only 1 year's time, the king of Jinshi was gradually retreating, and the beast tide flooded several border cities. It was only because the emperor sent Lu Mou that they were able to turn the side, and in the end, they were able to kill all the foreign races that invaded Yinzhou country. This, however, also made the king of Jinshi resentful, antagonizing the Lu clan everywhere, and was also very unwelcome of Yin Lan, who was born to the empress. This time, he probably knew that it was Yin Lan's private room, so he deliberately wanted to compete for the Fire Cloud Mink. 80 million. Lu Muyen remembered the king of Jinshi in her heart. However much more money he made her pay for the Fire Cloud Mink, she would be sure to have him vomit out in the future, multiplied. 90 million. The king of Jinshi also directly raised the price by 10 million. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Lu Muyen narrowed her beautiful eyes, and a trace of danger flashed in them. 100 million. Humph, don't announce such a high price and be unable to afford it later. It'd be embarrassing. The king of Jinshi snorted coldly. Lu Muyen said coldly, "There's no need to bother you with that." With the price of the demonic beast suddenly rising by more than 30 million, naturally the Ming alliance of merchants was the happiest. Ni Jun smiled and asked the same question again to the rest, and when he counted to 1, and there was no increase in price, he announced the ownership of the Fire Cloud Mink. Meanwhile, everyone in the private room cast their gazes to Lu Muyen, wanting to see what she would sell to gather 100 million black gold coins. There was concern in Yun Lan's eyes, thinking that if it didn't work, then he could only use the one credit opportunity that the Ming alliance of merchants gave to the Imperial family, and collect the money after the auction. He sure didn't know what medicine his cousin sold in her gourd too. Gu Yanran couldn't help but display a look of gloating. This trash Lu Muyen was indeed a troublemaker. In one auction, not only did she offend a sword monarch expert, but also the whimsical king of Jinshi. Shall see what this little trash could take out to exchange for the Fire Cloud Mink. If she couldn't take out the money, then the Ming alliance of merchants definitely wouldn't let her go easily. I have 15 million here. Yun Jin put away the playful smile he had, and looked at Lu Muyen. His intentions were clear. All the black gold coins he had would be given to her, regardless of why this woman bid for it. But if she couldn't take out the money, then she would definitely be punished by the Ming alliance of merchants. On one hand, Lu Muyen was Yun Lan's cousin, and on the other hand, he also had a lot of interest in her, so he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. I'll accept your thoughts. Lu Muyen looked at Yun Jin in surprise, then her lips curled up. As expected, one could only tell one's coldness or warmth when experiencing adversity together. Yun Lan didn't have any more black gold coins, so his gaze swept to Yun Luo and Xiao Ziong. The two tacitly moved their gazes away. They want pay for Lu Muyen's willfulness. They reminded her already when she was bidding. Seeing Yun Lan turn to her, Yun Xian smiled gentle and shook her head, indicating that she didn't have many black gold coins with her. She felt a little complicated towards Lu Muyen. Before, when Lu Muyen was a trash, she didn't mind, but after she saw a different Lu Muyen today, it gave her a sense of crisis. She felt that, in the future, the limelight in the Imperial Academy might be snatched by Lu Muyen, and a sense of unpleasantness rose in her heart. Qi Yixian had more than 10 million black gold coins on him, but he didn't say anything. It wasn't that he was reluctant, but he purely felt that Lu Muyen's temperament was too arrogant and willful, so it was good to teach her a lesson. It could avoid her causing even more trouble when going out next time. as well as avoid her humiliating him in the future. Lu Muyen paid attention to the reaction of everyone present, then sneered inwardly. She looked up to see shopkeeper Lu looking at her with a smile on his face, yet not quite a true smile. She didn't say much and handed a porcelain bottle directly to him. "Shopkeeper Lu, how much do you think this pill is worth?" Shopkeeper Lu took the porcelain bottle curiously, opened the cap, then a light, gentle pill fragrance spread from the bottle. His entire body relaxed with its smell alone. He took out a white porcelain bowl that he specifically used to place pills from his interspatial ring, and tipped the pill onto it. He lowered his head to take a careful look, then asked, "I smell that the pill is a grade 2 high-quality pill, but I can't tell what kind of pill it is." I asked young Miss Lu to tell. "This pill is called the marrow cleansing pill, and its effect is just as its name. It can wash the marrow and cleanse the body, change one's constitution, and expand the meridians. Although it's grade 2, it has the effect of a grade 3 pill." Lu Muyen explained indifferently. "What? There's such an effect?" Shopkeeper Lu appeared shocked, and was even more astonished inside. This sort of pill had never been heard before. He carefully put the pill back into the porcelain bottle. "This old man is unable to appraise this pill. I must ask a high-level appraiser of the Ming Alliance of Merchants to take a look in order to judge its value. Young Miss Lu, what do you think?" "Shopkeeper Lu can do as you please." Lu Muyen played with the teacup, looking indifferent. "Then please wait a moment, young Miss Lu." Shopkeeper Lu nodded with a smile, then hurriedly left the private room with the porcelain bottle, evidently very anxious. While the others in the private room look at Lu Muyen with incredulity. Marrow cleansing pill? Why hadn't they ever heard of such a pill? But if it truly had the effect it said, then that pill's value would be immeasurable, and its efficacy would simply be heaven-defying. Them using that absurd amount of money makes them feel as pained as their meat being cut. 2 didn't know what secrets she had, as she was so mysterious about it. 3 could tell a person's true character in times of adversity. Chapter 32. His Highness in a secret room on the 3rd floor of the Ming Alliance of Merchants. A red-clothed man who wore a silver mask sat languidly on the main seat. Before him stood 2 people, reporting on the situation of the Alliance of Merchants. Dong dong dong. A series of knocks sounded from the door, and the man nodded to an enchanting woman who stood beside him. Understanding, she walked over to open the door. "Guardian Lan." Shopkeeper Lu addressed respectfully. The woman glanced at him coolly, then returned to stand behind the man. "Your Highness." Shopkeeper Lu entered the secret room, and discovered that there weren't just the 2 elders sitting inside, but even their Highness was present. So he immediately bent down and greeted respectfully. Ming Xiu said lazily, "What matter is so urgent?" Just now, a distinguished guest from private room number 9 took out a pill to ask our Alliance of Merchants to auction. However, this subordinate had never seen such a pill, and could only determine that it was a grade 2 pill. Then he held out the white porcelain bottle in his hands. The distinguished guest said that this pill is called the marrow cleansing pill. Even though it's only a grade 2 pill, but its effect is not lower than the average grade 3 pill. Marrow cleansing pill. Ming Xiu murmured softly. Yes, the distinguished guest said that the marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow, and cleanse the body, change one's constitution, and expand the meridians. Shopkeeper Lu repeated Lu Muyan's words. "Let me see." Ming Xiu stretched out his hand. Upon seeing this, Shopkeeper Lu handed the porcelain bottle over quickly. Ming Xiu opened the cap, and a familiar pill scent filled his nose. His eyes grew darker, asking, "Who wanted to auction this pill?" "It is young Miss Lu Muyen from the Imperial Capital's General's Mansion." Ming Xiu's eyes revealed an understanding. Then an arc rose on his lips. It really was that little woman. This pill does indeed have the effect of washing one's marrow. Elder Yi Wen can go and discuss this matter with Lu Muyen in private room number 9. Ming Xiu fell silent for a while, then tossed the bottle he was playing with back to Shopkeeper Lu. Then, as if remembering something, he said to Elder Yi telepathically, "Give her a silver Ming Alliance token." "Yes, Your Highness." Old Lu's pupils constricted and suppressed the astonishment in his heart. He stood up and nodded respectfully to Ming Xiao. You can all leave too. Ming Xiao waved at the several people in the secret room to signal them to leave. The people respectfully withdrew from the secret room, and only the enchanting woman known as Guardian Lan stayed still. Emo Lan leave as well. Ming Xiao wore a devilish smile, but there wasn't much warmth in his eyes. Emo Lan bit her lower lip lightly, and her pretty face revealed slight seductiveness before she stepped forward gracefully and bowed. Yes. Then she took a long look at Ming Xiao and left the secret room. After leaving the secret room, she concealed the seductiveness she displayed, and there was a chill in her enchanting temperament. Her seductiveness and tenderness would only be left for her master, even if her master wasn't interested in her right now. But she believed that one day her master would definitely see her charms and fall for her. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. The thick powdery smell that lingered around his nose gradually dispersed after Emolan left, and only then did Ming Xiao's furrowed brows relax. He didn't like to be close to others, but he discovered that the natural soothing medicinal fragrance that the little woman exuded made him feel rather comfortable. Not long after, a series of knocks sounded on the door of private room number 9. Shopkeeper Lu walked in respectfully, bringing with him a sturdy old man with a head of silver, then introduced to the several people. This person is the person in charge of the auction of our Ming Alliance of Merchants here at Yanzhou Country, Elder Yi. Elder Yi. Lu Muyan and company stood up in the private room and addressed. This old man exuded the aura of a sword king, so even Yun Lan and the other imperial children didn't dare underestimate him, and was very respectful. No need to be so polite, you can all sit. Elder Yi nodded with a gentle smile on his face, but the faint pressure he emanated still made people afraid to be presumptuous. After they sat down, Elder Yi looked at Lu Muyan and asked with a smile. So it's you that used 100 million ink gold coins to buy the fire cloud mink, and now wants to auction the marrow cleansing pill? Elder Yi, it is indeed this junior. Lu Muyan's expression didn't change, keeping her faint smile, and her eyes revealed only calmness. There wasn't a bit of the low profile that one would present in front of a high-level expert, but neither was she arrogant either. It was all natural. Elder Yi cast his gaze on Lu Muyan, and seeing that her expression was calm, neither humble nor haughty, a faint admiration flashed through the depth of his eyes. I've taken a look at this pill. How good is its effect in washing the marrow? Is it suitable for anyone? Elder Yi's face was expectant. This marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow and cleanse the body, as well as broaden the meridians. It's effective for people below Sword Monarch, but it does vary from person to person in terms of expanding their meridians. For some people, their meridians may only double in size, while for others they may only increase by 1/10 of its original size. It's most effective for those ages 10 to 30 when taking, but not anyone could take it either, as one must be above sword apprentice at least. Lu Muyan explained without concealing anything. It actually has such effects. Elder Yi's eyes were also burning with desire. He was a sword king right now, so according to Lu Muyan, this was also effective for him. But then a thought came to him. Although you say this, but no one has taken this marrow cleansing pill after all, so we can't judge its effects accurately. Lu Muyan nodded with a smile. Naturally, but when you auction it, you can add 1 point. Just say that the trash young Miss Lu Muyan, of the Imperial Capital's General's Mansion, who was born with the terminal meridian's constitution, after taking this marrow cleansing pill, not only eradicated and improved her constitution, but also advanced from an initial phase sword apprentice to an initial phase great sword master. To think this pill is this miraculous. This old man was just wondering how young Miss Lu advanced to the great sword master cultivation base. It turns out that you eradicated the terminal meridian's constitution after taking the marrow cleansing pill. Elder Yi had suspected that Lu Muyan had improved her constitution due to the marrow cleansing pill, allowing her to absorb spiritual force and use elemental energy. But after hearing her say it so nonchalantly, he was still astonished. He smiled even more amicably and asked, I wonder if, after young Miss Lu took this marrow cleansing pill and improved and eradicated your terminal meridian's constitution, Your meridians have also widened. Of course, the meridians in my body have probably more than doubled. Lu Muyin didn't conceal it. The better the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, the more conducive to the soaring of the auction price. Hearing these words, even the calm expression that Elder Yi deliberately presented cracked. It was far too alluring to him. He fell silent for a moment, then asked, "Young Miss Lu, could you allow this old man to check your meridians?" After confirming that there is one true instance of this marrow cleansing pill working, then its auction price will be even higher. If her meridians really did more than double, then that meant the speed of absorbing the spiritual force of heaven and earth would also be more than doubled. This sort of pill with heaven-defying effects would even make him scramble to it. Sure. Lu Muyin nodded in agreement. Her mental energy was stronger than Elder Yi, so she wasn't afraid that he'd do anything to her secretly. Elder Yi stretched out his hand to probe Lu Muyin's veins, then swept it with his mental energy. The expression on his face was solemn. Then he couldn't help but display excitement. He let go of Lu Muyin's hand and sighed with emotion. "Young Miss Lu, this grade 2 pill is indeed comparable to a grade 3 pill." Hearing what Elder Yi said, the expressions of the people in the private room changed. After Lu Muyin took this marrow cleansing pill, not only did she eradicate her terminal meridian's constitution, but also enlarged her meridians by more than double. Who wouldn't be tempted by such a pill? One different Yi. This one is, Yi Qinghan's clan is. Though same tone. Note. Changed black gold coins to ink gold's coins. Just because I suddenly felt it sounded better, and was a more accurate in translation. Changed it in all previous chapters too. Table of Contents with Elder Yes affirmation. The eyes of the people in the private room changed when looking at Lu Muyin. Even those that followed Elder Yi into the room stared with a fierce desire at the white porcelain bottle he was holding. Elder Yi thought a bit, then asked Lu Muyin with a smile, "What starting price does young Miss Lu plan to set for this pill?" "I don't really understand these things, but I believe the Ming Alliance of Merchants will help me sell this at a good price. So I ask of Elder Yi to also set the starting price." Lu Muyin displayed a gentle smile. She showed a lot of trust towards the Ming Alliance of Merchants. Elder Yi nodded and smiled, saying, "Since that is the case, then this old man will set the price for young Miss Lu. Then he'll trouble Elder Yi." Lu Muyin replied politely. Elder Yi nodded with a smile, thought a little, then couldn't help but ask, "Young Miss Lu, do you still have more marrow cleansing pills?" He originally wanted to ask how Lu Muyin obtained this marrow cleansing pill. Was it because she met a powerful alchemist? But he held back. After all, the majority of alchemists had weird temperaments and didn't like other people inquiring about them. She could only do his best to befriend Lu Muyin for now. The others also stared at Lu Muyin with scorching gazes. "I also obtained this marrow cleansing pill by accident, and while I do indeed have 2 more on me, I don't plan on selling them." Lu Muyin refused with a smile. Things that were rare were more expensive. She didn't want to suddenly take out so many at once. And as Yi Qinghan reminded, it wasn't suitable for her to reveal her identity as an alchemist. Right now, her main task was to increase her strength as soon as possible. Then that truly is a pity. Old Lu revealed some disappointment, but he quickly recovered his composure, smiled and said, "If young Miss Lu has other good pills or items you would like to sell in the future, then you can come to our Ming Alliance of Merchants. I promise you a satisfactory price." After speaking, Elder Yi took out a silver token the size of a palm with the word Ming on it, then handed it to Lu Muyin. "This is a token that is only given to the top distinguished guests of our Ming Alliance of Merchants. Now, this old man will make an exception and gift one to young Miss Lu." Seeing Elder Yi take out a silver token and hand it to Lu Muyin, everyone's expressions changed. To think the moment the Ming Alliance of Merchants gifted something, they'd gift something that was a representation of power. The silver token that was only given to those who had the strength of a sword monarch and above. All this because Lu Muyin wanted to auction the marrow cleansing pill? This was too exaggerated. Lu Muyin's luck was so good that it made people jealous, envy and hateful one. But even if some of them had their doubts about this, the Ming alliance of merchants had always been domineering, so no one dared to question or object to the decisions they made. Gu Yanran was in an exceptionally bad mood. Even when her nails embedded into her flesh, she didn't feel the pain, and she tried hard to cover up the jealousy in her eyes. She didn't expect that Lu Muyen not only turned the tables, experienced such a fortuitous opportunity in obtaining the marrow-cleansing pill that eradicated her terminal meridian's constitution, became an initial phase great sword master, but was now also so highly regarded by the Ming alliance of merchants. What sort of dogcrap luck too did she step on? Lu Muyen took the token and felt that there was a small array hidden inside this silver token. An understanding crossed her eyes. The Ming alliance of merchants' strength was certainly powerful. Thank you, Elder Yi. I, Lu Muyen, will remember this personal favor. Lu Muyen put the token into her interspatial ring and accepted Elder Ye's display of friendliness. The affection in Elder Ye's eyes thickened. Though this little girl was rather young, but she was very clever and quick-witted. As expected from a child educated by a distinguished clan, the previous rumors were probably all exaggerated and false. If such a quick-witted and intelligent woman was considered trash, then who knew how many trashes there were in this world? Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. When you return home, drip a drop of blood on your token, and it will recognize you as its master. Even if other people obtain this token, it'd be useless. Elder Yi reminded again. Young Miss Lu must keep it safe. This token's usage isn't just limited to auctions, but it is inconvenient for this old man to say anymore. You will know once you experience it in the future. Lu Muyen nodded. She understood what Elder Yi meant. If there came a day where she had the strength to truly utilize this silver token, then naturally she'd know its secrets. If she couldn't meet the requirements to use it, then she would also lose the qualification to use this token. Elder Ye's eyes inadvertently revealed slight admiration. If anyone else obtained their special guest Ming Alliance token from the Ming Alliance of Merchants, then they'd probably already display excitement and joy on their face. But this teenager girl was able to remain this calm and composed, maintaining an indifferent attitude from beginning to end, and without any arrogance or rashness. If she could retain this state of mind, then her future could not be assessed. Yes, I understand. Lu Muyen appreciated Elder Yi. Then this old man will go order the auctioning of this marrow cleansing pill. And this fire cloud mink was bought by you. Afterwards, the Alliance of Merchants will deduct the ink gold coins from the auction of the pill, and the rest of the ink gold coins will be settled together. Elder Yi motioned to the attendant who was carrying a cage behind him to put the fire cloud mink down. It could be regarded that he was selling Lu Muyen some face. The moment the marrow cleansing pill was auctioned, then it would definitely attract the attention of Yenzhou country, and even the entire land's interest. Its price would be far more valuable than the fire cloud mink. Okay, then I will trouble Elder Yi. Lu Muyen didn't feign modesty either. This was all because these people didn't know the actual value of a spirit devourer. If they knew, numerous high-level experts would come contend for it. After Elder Yi took his people and left, everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Muyen, with a burning desire, particularly Xiao Ziyang. He was an alchemist to begin with and loved alchemy. He was about to stare a hole through Lu Muyen right now. Lu Muyen sat in her seat, pondered for a moment, then before anyone could speak, threw one porcelain bottle to Yun Lan and Yun Jin each, raised her eyebrows and said, "The last 2 marrow cleansing pills, I'll gift them to you." Pu. Yun Jin spit the tea out directly. Seriously? This generous? Seeing the porcelain bottle thrown over, he immediately threw the teacup away and stretched out his hands to catch it carefully. This is too valuable. Yun Lan reached out and caught the bottle containing the pill. Although he was very enticed by it, but he still endured the strong desire and looked at Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen's eyes were colored with a smile. This cousin's character was pretty good, but there was no way she would be able to keep these 2 pills, so she'd rather turn it into a favor and gift it to Yun Lan. Her aunt loved her dearly since she was young, so this was also a sort of repayment. As for gifting it to Yun Jin, one was because she felt that this man was rather pleasing to the eye earlier, And also because last time when Lu Muyen was injured by Gu Yanran, it was Yun Jin that stopped the woman's final attack and sent her back to the general's mansion. Otherwise her Dantian would have definitely been destroyed. It would have been difficult to cultivate again, even with the marrow cleansing pill. Regardless of why Yun Jin helped her then, she still remembered this personal favor. Using the marrow cleansing pill to return that favor would be enough. She had always done what she wanted in life. If a person looked pleasing to the eye, then magic tools pills. So what if she gave it out at will? While if one wasn't pleasing to her eye, no matter how strong they were, how strong their background, if she said she didn't have any, then she didn't have any. Even if they gave her thousands of gold, she wouldn't give anything. As they waited for the pill in Elder Yes hands to be auctioned, she thought about the fact that not only would the marrow cleansing pill rouse people's attentions, but she would probably have people attentive of her as well. If she still had these two pills in her hand, then she'd definitely be harassed by many entities or other distinguished clans. Now that she gave it to Yun Lan and Yun Jin, then she could simply say she had no more, and no one could do anything about it. A popular colloquial saying in China, so it may be said a lot throughout this series. Two popular colloquial in China, saying meaning someone was so lucky, they didn't even know how these lucky things happened. Chapter 34. Respective clans. Both of them were members of the Imperial family. Yun Jin's maternal clan's background was also very strong, so she wasn't afraid of the Imperial family making things difficult for them after giving them the marrow cleansing pills. Just take it. My aunt has always doted on me like her own daughter. We're relatives, it's just a pill, no need to bother about it. Lu Muyen smiled, paying it no mind. Yun Lan slightly revealed his gratefulness. He didn't expect that this cousin that he had only met a few times would be this forthright and generous. Though his empress mother definitely played a large role. Alright, then I won't be polite. This marrow cleansing pill is indeed very important to me. I'll remember this personal favor. If Muyen has anything you need in the future, you can come and find me. Yun Lan promised with a smile. Sure. Lu Muyen blinked. Lu Muyen, Yun Lan's your cousin, it makes sense for you to give it to him. But why give it to me? Yun Jin couldn't figure out why Lu Muyen also gifted her one. Unless it was just because of what happened earlier, where he supported her with some money? But that's impossible. Lu Muyen didn't conceal it either. Last time I was injured by that little white flower, it was you who prevented her from destroying my Dantian. Then sent me back to the general's mansion. Consider this marrow cleansing pill as returning that personal favor. That's just a trivial matter. It's not worth you giving me such a valuable pill. Yun Jin did desire this pill very much, but he still felt that it wasn't good to just take such a valuable thing from Lu Muyen without giving anything in return. Lu Muyen held her forehead, then glared at him. Isn't it fine to just find you pleasing to the eye? A big man like you being so wishy-washy. If you don't want it, then return it. I want it, how could I not want it? Yun Jin put the pill into his interspatial ring with a mischievous grin, fearing that Lu Muyen really regretted it and wanted it back. Lu Muyen, don't worry. This big brother will cover for you in the Imperial Academy from now on. If anyone bullies you again, I'll break her leg. Yun Jin glanced indicatively at Gu Yanran. He never liked this scheming woman. Lu Muyen rolled her eyes at him. No need, I'll clean up those random cats and dogs. Hearing the unscrupulous words between the two, Gu Yanran's face paled and hatred rose in her heart, but her expression was aggrieved. Her white teeth bit her lower lip, as if she wanted to cry yet was holding it back. It was just like a delicate flower that was being ravaged by the wind, but it was a pity that Qi Yixian's thoughts weren't on her at all, and the others were even more uninterested in her. Her behavior was completely ignored. She took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to burst out immediately. Her nails were deeply embedded in her palm. After the Academy's annual competition, she would definitely strike Lu Muyen back into the dust she had been in before. As for the marrow cleansing pill, she would definitely obtain one to wash her marrow, cleanse her body and widen her meridians. Gu Yanran's eyes flickered. When the auction was over, she should enter the palace. She believed that her elder sister would definitely help her remove Lu Muyen and obtain the marrow cleansing pill. Lu Muyen, do you still have any more marrow cleansing pills? Can you sell one to me? Xiao Ziong couldn't help but look at Lu Muyen expectantly. He expected nothing from the one that was being auctioned. After all, he didn't bring many ink gold coins with him. But if he was given some time, he definitely could return to his clan and gather the ink gold coins necessary to buy the pill. Xiao Ziong's words also represented the feelings of the others. No sword master below sword monarch would be indifferent to this kind of pill. Lu Muyen shrugged and said, "No more. I've given my last two away." Hearing this, the face of those that also wanted to ask revealed disappointment. They all unanimously scoffed spendthrift in their hearts, and was exceptionally envious of Yun Jin's good fortune. But they didn't really believe that Lu Muyen no longer had any more marrow cleansing pills. Except, they needed to think about it for a little bit first. Yun Exan clasped the corner of her clothes tightly, and the gentle smile on her face seemed a little forced. Marrow cleansing pill? She must obtain it. A vicious look of desire flashed across her eyes, and she couldn't help but start to hate Lu Muyen. Amongst those present, only Qi Yixian's feelings were the most complicated. He didn't deny that he was very tempted by the marrow cleansing pill, but he really couldn't lower his face and ask Lu Muyen for it. Seeing that she actually gifted 2 priceless marrow cleansing pills to Yun Lan and Yun Jin at no cost, his heart hurt, as if it was being cut by a knife. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Since when did Lu Muyen deliberately ignore him when she had something good? The former Lu Muyen would definitely cup the marrow cleansing pill in her hands and offer it to him, as if offering a treasure, just to receive a casual compliment of his. Why did they suddenly become so estranged and unfamiliar? No, it should be why did Lu Muyen so resolutely abandon him? Qi Yixian raised his eyes and took a deep look at the stunning woman who smiled like the sun, while he felt gloomy. Lu Muyen courted him, and now she wanted to abandon him? Don't even think about it. Qi Yixian's face was extremely ugly, and there was a little disappointment in his eyes. The hands under his sleeves clenched tightly into fists. Upon seeing this, a trace of ridicule flashed in Yun Luo's eyes. He mistook a pearl for fish eyes one. He shouldn't blame others for the missed opportunity. But as for the marrow cleansing pill, who wouldn't be tempted by it? He needed to return and discuss it with his king father. Although Xiao Ziong was disappointed, he didn't want to pester Lu Muyen either. After all, she already said she only had 2 left. So he stared with a scorching gaze at the white porcelain bottle in Yun Lan's hand. "Alan, we're good brothers. Can't you show me the marrow cleansing pill?" Seeing Lu Muyen's indifference, Yun Lan handed the white porcelain bottle to Xiao Ziong. He knew the nature of this friend of his, and he wouldn't pocket it for himself. Xiao Ziong took the bottle excitedly, as if holding some sort of treasure, then carefully poured the pill out. A smooth, round pill fell into his hand, and a pill fragrance spread throughout the entire private room, making one feel refreshed. With the smell alone, they knew how extraordinary the pill was. This is a grade 2 high-quality pill. The alchemist who refined this marrow cleansing pill must be a grade 2 alchemist at least. Xiao Ziong praised, as he was afraid that the medicinal effects would be lost. After taking a look at the pill, he placed it back into the bottle, then turned to ask Lu Muyen, a little embarrassed. "Does young Miss Lu perhaps know the alchemist?" "Don't know." Lu Muyen shook her head firmly. What a joke. The person who refined the pill was herself. How could she expose herself? And even if she said it, probably no one would believe this pill was refined by her anyways. And they'd definitely think she was ill. Besides, she didn't want to be in the limelight right now either. If people knew that she could refine a grade 2 pill, her and her family's peaceful life would definitely be disturbed. At the very least, now wasn't the time to expose herself. Then that's a real pity. Xiao Ziong was disappointed again. He loved alchemy, and held a very respectful attitude towards high-level alchemists. He didn't even need to guess to know that the alchemist who could refine such a heaven-defying pill was definitely a highly talented genius. It was a shame he couldn't meet that person just once. Lu Muyen didn't care what others thought. She opened the cage on the ground and took out the palm-sized beast that had its eyes closed and scratched its head. The little beast was initially still struggling, but as soon as Lu Muyen held it, it smelt the faint fragrance of medicine on her body, and also felt a very gentle spiritual energy exuding from her. It couldn't help but snuggle up closer against Lu Muyen. The spirit devourer's eyes would be closed for the first 3 months from its birth, and it was only during this time that it was easy to be caught and contracted. It was practically impossible to tame it after it opened its eyes and developed higher intelligence. The spirit devourer were unlike other demonic beasts, where it needed to reach a certain tier to bear wisdom. As they were a king-class demonic beast, after 3 months from birth, when they opened their eyes, was when they would bear intelligence. Their cultivation speed would also increase day by day. This fire cloud mink is rather affectionate towards you. It seems that you two are destined. Yunlan put the pill away and said as he smiled at Lu Muyen. Lu Muyen chuckled softly and nodded in a good mood. We are indeed fated. The moment she hugged the spirit devourer earlier, she discovered an unusual mental energy within the little beast's body. It was secretly protecting the internal organs of the beast. She guessed that the origin of this demonic beast was extraordinary. She sure found a treasure this time. Chapter 35. Causing a sensation amongst the audience, the marrow cleansing pill didn't directly join the auction. There were still many things that were auctioned first. Lu Muyen also won a purple monkey flower that was an ingredient required to refine the foundation establishment pill. As for the other manuals, spirit tools and spiritual armor, she didn't need them. But overall, she gained a lot from this auction. The rest in the room also won the items they wanted in general. But because of the appearance of the marrow cleansing pill, they weren't in high spirits. After all the items were auctioned off, Jun smiled and said, the next auction is an exceptionally significant finale item that the Ming Alliance of Merchants just received. The auction of this finale product will also be personally presided over by our Alliance of Merchants high-level appraiser, and the person in charge of the auction of Yinzhou country, Elder Yi. Wow! Hearing Jun's words, the people below erupted. What sort of significant finale item could personally bother Elder Yi? He wasn't just a Sword King expert, but also a middle-level smith. It was rare to see him come out and preside over an auction. However, it was because of the significance the Ming Alliance of Merchants placed on this that the distinguished guests were ready to make their moves. They were looking forward to this significant finale item. Hearing the excited chatter of the people below, Jun naturally stood to the side. Elder Yi walked up onto the auction stage, and behind him was a beautiful woman holding a tray with a white porcelain bottle on it. Seeing that the auction item was a white porcelain bottle, fierce flames of desire rose in their eyes. This sort of bottle usually contained pills. Alchemists on Tianling continent were scarce, and pills were even scarcer. It was already rare that a grade 1 pill could find its way to the public. This pill must be extraordinary for a Sword King expert to personally come to preside over the auction of it. So everyone was exceptionally expectant and excited. Even those within the private rooms were on the edges of their seats, looking forward to it. Elder Yi coughed gently, and the audience immediately silences. With a gentle smile on his face that made him appear like a spring breeze, he said, this finale item is personally appraised by this old man, and so it will also be auctioned off by this old man. I believe it will not disappoint everyone. Seeing countless eyes staring at him fervently, Elder Yi smiled in satisfaction and continued. This time, the finale auction item of our Ming Alliance of Merchants is precisely this grade 2 pill on this tray, called marrow cleansing pill. I believe no one has heard of this marrow cleansing pill before, but its effects are heaven-defying. Although it's a grade 2 pill, it's comparable to a grade 3 pill, and perhaps even more precious than a grade 3 pill. Elder Yi paused, then added. A commotion rose from below. They didn't expect that the item being auctioned was a grade 2 pill that was comparable to a grade 3 pill, and the name alone made people expectant. Elder Yi, quickly tell us the marrow cleansing pill's effects. Finally, someone who couldn't wait shouted excitedly from below. And he also spoke what everyone was thinking. Elder Yi laughed loudly. This marrow cleansing pill can wash the marrow and cleanse the body, expand the meridians and change one's constitution. It's effective to those below sword monarch stage, and has no side effects. Even this old man can't help but be tempted, so this old man will also join in on the bidding later. Wow! There was another uproar below. Everyone was stunned, then a frenzied look appeared. This pill actually had such heaven-defying effects. Elder Yi, we've never heard of this pill before. Does it really have such an effect? A doubtful voice sounded from one of the private rooms. Knowing the status of the people in the private rooms were extraordinary, Elder Yi's attitude was rather gentle as he nodded. Indeed, it does have such effects. Everyone must know that the young lady of the Imperial capital's general's mansion's Lu clan has the terminal meridian's constitution, right? Of course we know. Young Miss Trash from the general's mansion, she's so famous, who doesn't know? A young male's voice sounded from the private room of the king of Jinshi, that carried ridicule, but wasn't the king himself. Elder Yi quickly concealed the unhappiness in his eyes, smiled and said, Young Miss Lu took a marrow cleansing pill recently, and not only did she eradicate her terminal meridian's constitution, but she also advanced directly from an initial phase sword apprentice to an initial phase great sword master. I'm sure everyone here knows that it's impossible for a person with the terminal meridian's constitution to cultivate to a cultivation base above sword apprentice. It was a condition even high-level physicians couldn't cure, but the marrow cleansing pill has accomplished it. Seeing the people below show incomparably shocked expressions, Elder Yi threw out even more shocking news. There's also a very important point, and that is, after young Miss Lu consumed the marrow cleansing pill, other than eradicating her terminal meridian's constitution and unblocking her meridians, she also more than doubled the width of her meridians. This was also what this old man personally confirmed just now. The meridians in her body are indeed more than twice the width of ordinary people. So what did this mean? This meant that after taking the marrow cleansing pill and improving your constitution, the speed of absorbing the spiritual force of heaven and earth would also be much faster than others. This is definitely something you could ask to meet, but not ask to obtain one. I won't need to say much more as I'm sure everyone knows its value now. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, the news provided by Elder Yi completely stunned the audience, and even the experts in the private rooms displayed a burning desire, wanting to put this marrow cleansing pill away into their own pockets. After Elder Yi introduced the effects of the marrow cleansing pill, he handed the auction back over to Ni Jun and sat down in the audience to participate in the bidding. Ni Jun was also tempted, but he didn't have the strength and financial resources, so he could only adjust his mentality, put on a smile, and start the auction according to Elder Yi's instructions. The Ming Alliance of Merchants didn't stipulate that their members couldn't participate in the auction. On the contrary, if a member did participate, then during the transaction, they could enjoy a 2% discount. This was also a benefit for the members of the Alliance of Merchants. There were countless sword masters that wanted to join the Ming Alliance of Merchants, but those that were successful were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns too. One needed both good resources and naturally the ability. I believe that what Elder Yi said is very clear, and everyone must understand the value of this marrow cleansing pill. I won't say much more now. Let the bidding begin. The starting price is 10 million ink gold coins. As soon as Ni Jun's voice fell, the bidding started one after another. 20 million. 30 million. 50 million. 80 million. The price continued to climb, and when it was near the end, Elder Yi also bid 100 million. But the price of 100 million didn't stop the enthusiasm of those participating, as the price was still rising wildly. 110 million. 120 million. 200 million. The price of 200 million exploded from a private room. Elder Yi cast his gaze towards that private room, and a sliver of understanding rose in his eyes, but it didn't stop his desire for the marrow cleansing pill. 230 million. 250 million. 260 million. Suddenly, another person joined from another private room. 270 million. Elder Yi continued. 280 million. There was slight rage in this voice, probably because it had reached their baseline. The person in the other room fell silent, then continued. 290 million. 300 million. Elder Yi's face changed slightly, but his tone was still relaxed. He had gained a lot of savings since joining the Ming Alliance of Merchants over the years, so it was fine. The price exceeded the baseline of the other party. And in the end, the other two people in their private rooms had no choice but to stop. After all, in a small medium-strength country like Yinzhou country, there were very few people who could take out more than 300 million ink gold coins. In the end, Elder Yi won the marrow cleansing pill for 300 million ink gold coins. Several people pitted that they missed the marrow cleansing pill because they didn't bring enough ink gold coins, and decided to inquire about the origin of the pill after the auction. One, it's so rare it's practically unobtainable for the majority of the population. Two, popular idiom meaning something is very, very scarce or rare. Qilin is often translated as unicorn, but it's not quite right, because a unicorn is a separate creature in China, so I'm leaving the original pinyin. The idiom is, but if I just said Lin horns it doesn't quite make sense, so yeah. Chapter 36. Ming Xiu's order. The price also shocked the people in the private room, with Lu Muyen. They cast enviable gazes towards her. In an instant she became a wealthy woman. Even if they were given some time to go gather money, they wouldn't be able to come up with this much ink gold coins. Yun Jin proudly flaunted to the several people. Looks like I made a profit. It's actually worth 300 million ink gold coins. Looking at the handsome face of Yun Jin's that was asking for a beating, Yun Luo couldn't help but give him an "are you an idiot" look. But he was still very envious within. Though it wasn't that he was envious of this cousin obtaining a pill that cost 300 million, but the fact that he obtained marrow cleansing pill. Xiao Ziong also couldn't help but roll his eyes at Yun Jin, who revealed a face full of cockiness. But inside he also desperately yearned for that marrow cleansing pill. After today's auction, the marrow cleansing pill would become a sensation throughout the entire Yinzhou country, and even spread to other countries on Tianling continent. It would become even more difficult to obtain one then. There was killing intent hidden in Gu Yinran's eyes. She couldn't understand why the sky and the earth had turned upside down in only less than 3 months for Lu Muyen. Aside from her own family background, she was better than Lu Muyen in every way. So why wasn't she the one that obtained that marrow cleansing pill? How hateful she felt. Lu Muyen naturally felt the killing intent from Gu Yinran towards her. But as a once almighty cultivator of the cultivation world, it was impossible for her to worry about an inferior enemy like her. After the Academy's annual competition, she would properly serve this self-righteous little white flower. The 7th Princess Yun Xian was also exceptionally envious of Lu Muyen, and even felt a little unfair, disliking Lu Muyen more and more. On the surface she continued to wear a gentle smile, but she decided that after returning home, she would definitely discuss this properly with her consort mother. Even if she didn't like Lu Muyen, it would still be beneficial to win her over somehow. As a princess of the empire, and also as an influential and popular student of the Imperial Academy's Heaven class, Yun Xian naturally didn't like her limelight to be overshadowed by a woman that was known amongst the distinguished clans as trash in the past. But she also understood how to endure, while holding great desire and determination for the marrow cleansing pill. Qi Yixin's face sunk. He was actually very conflicted. He hoped that Lu Muyen was dazzling, and yet he also wanted to hide her away so that she would only shine for him. After the auction ended, Lu Muyen carried the Spirit Devourer to a separate transaction room of the Ming Alliance of Merchants to clear the deal. Young Miss Lu has arrived. Sit. Elder Yi waited with a smile on his face in the room, appearing very happy to have been able to win the marrow cleansing pill. Lu Muyen's lips curled up into a smile. Congratulations, Elder Yi. Maybe Elder Yi could even advance to a sword monarch expert after cleansing your marrows. Haha. Hearing Lu Muyen's words, Elder Yi was put in a good mood. He had been stuck at the peak phase Sword King stage for more than 20 years. If he could really utilize the marrow-cleansing pill's effects to cleanse his marrow and widen his meridians, then he had confidence in breaking through to the Sword Monarch stage. Then he'll accept young Miss Lau's auspicious words. If this old man successfully advances into the Sword Monarch stage, then he'll consider it as owing a personal favor to young Miss Lu. Lu Muyen didn't expect Elder Yi to be this straightforward. A Sword Monarch's personal favor was hard to obtain, particularly becoming acquainted with someone like Elder Yi, who was also a high-level appraiser. Since the other party extended an olive branch too, then Shed naturally accept it. Then he'll accept it with thick skin. Elder Yi nodded appreciatively. He usually disliked hypocritical people, so seeing that Lu Muyen could judge the hour and size up the situation was not being hypocritical, and possessed a likable temperament, he felt fonder of this little girl. Young Miss Lu, your marrow cleansing pill was sold for 300 million ink gold coins. After deducting the 2% commission fee for the Ming Alliance of Merchants, as well as the price of the fire cloud mink you bought, this is the rest. Elder Yi took out a purple crystal card, ready to transfer the money over. Lu Muyen took out her purple crystal card and handed it to Elder Yi. Elder Yi, could I exchange the ink gold coins into purple gold coins? In reality, ink gold coins weren't that valuable on this land, and only in a small country like Yanzhou country did 300 million ink gold coins appear to be a huge amount of wealth. Naturally, Elder Yi took the card and directly converted the ink gold coins to purple gold coins and transferred it to her card. Thank you. Lu Muyen put the card away smiling. Remembering that at the end of the auction many people who had even a bit of power to them came to him and inquired about the person who sold the marrow cleansing pill, he reminded. Young Miss Lu, this marrow cleansing pill already made many people with some background notice you, so you must be more careful. After Lu Muyen allowed him to release the news that her terminal meridian's constitution was eradicated after consuming the marrow cleansing pill, he believed that many people would go find her, and even the Lu clan, if they couldn't obtain news off of him. Lu Muyen nodded and said, Thank you Elder Yi for the reminder. I know this is unavoidable, so I'm already prepared. Even if she didn't take out the marrow cleansing pill today, the fact that her terminal meridian's constitution was eradicated, and the fact that she advanced to a great sword master, would still attract a lot of attention. Instead of being targeted by a small number of powerful entities that could secretly make trouble for the Lu clan, it was better to let everyone know about the existence of the marrow cleansing pill. It's good to be prepared. If young Miss Lu still has any pills or other rare items to sell, do remember to come to the Ming Alliance of Merchants to find this old man. Of course, you can also find other managers with your Silver Ming Alliance token. Elder Yi felt that Lu Muyen was mysterious, had many secrets, and definitely had more nice items. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, but of course, if I have anything good, the first place I'll definitely think of is the Ming Alliance of Merchants. After all, no other alliance could compare to the Ming Alliance of Merchants in terms of credibility and strength. Then that's the best. This old man awaits the next opportunity to work with young Miss Lu. Muyen also looks forward to our next cooperation. Lu Muyen stood up smiling and said, Elder Yi, my cousin and the others are awaiting outside, so I won't bother you anymore. Let us meet again. All right, let us meet again. Not long after Lu Muyen left, a red figure appeared in the room. Seeing the visitor, Elder Yi greeted respectfully. Your Highness, did you give her the silver token? The man's voice was clear with a sense of maturity. Yes, I have given it to her. Elder Yi nodded. That marrow cleansing pill was won by you? Yes. If this marrow cleansing pill really does have the effects that Lu Muyen said, then I will have a little more confidence breaking through to the Sword Monarch stage. The excitement hidden in Elder Yi's eyes didn't escape the man's eyes. The red-clothed man chuckled softly, and his thin lips opened. You can rest assured. That marrow cleansing pill does indeed have the effect she said. Elder Yi never doubted his master's ability. Who knows where that little girl obtained the marrow cleansing pill? It is a pity that she gave the remaining two away. Before Lu Muyen left, he went to inquire again if she could sell one more. But the answer given was that she already gifted them to Yun Lan and Yun Jin. He sure didn't know if the little girl was too generous, or she had a deeper meaning to her actions. The red-clothed man's lips curled upwards with an incomparably devilish charm. She's extremely shrewd. It's best to be more friendly with the Lu clan from now on. Since working at the Ming Alliance of Merchants, Elder Yi had never seen his proud and uninhibited master ever order them to attempt to befriend anyone, let alone see him pay attention to and care about anyone. Despite the many questions he had, he didn't dare ask them aloud, and took his words to heart. Since his master saw promise in Lu Muyen, then later he would order the person in charge of the alliance in Yinzhou country to be as friendly to the Lu clan as possible. Yes, I will pass on the order to befriend the Lu clan. From now on, send me a copy of all the news about her. Ming Xiu curled his lips. Others didn't know, but he knew that the marrow cleansing pill was definitely refined by Lu Muyen herself. That little woman was becoming more and more interesting. Yes, master. When everything changed so drastically, a 180-degree change. To this one's an English saying originating from ancient Greece and ancient Egypt, according to my few seconds-long Google search. But Chinese also appear to say it a lot, and it means like a show of peace and friendship. 3 knows what to say and do, and when to say and do them in the appropriate moments. Note: so all I did today was stay up till 3:30 a.m. binge, watching You Are My Glory, and finally finished all 32 episodes. Would have finished the episodes earlier if I didn't keep pressing the back arrow and pause button, and swoon over and over again at certain scenes, haha. So today I'll just post one chapter, because I'm running out of chapters I've saved up, tongue sticking out. Also, I recommend this C-drama. It can definitely be boring to some though, but the simplicity of the plot and relationships explored is beautiful, and what I love about it. It's practically an angst-free mature drama, with mature characters, but still a rom-com, just not your typical one. Oh, to those who haven't watched it and like rom-coms, if it will give you a better idea of its feel, I can tell you for a fact that it's based on the novel written by Gu Man, who wrote the novel that Love 020 was based on. Except this is a bit more mature than 020, exploring real-life issues, but with humor and nothing too dramatic. Also, Gu Man is actually the scriptwriter for YMG, so you can totally expect that the plot, characterization, etc. will follow the novel and the author's intentions, and won't be butchered like many of the novel-took drama adaptations. I haven't read the novel, and might not for now since I'm more in the mood of reading Xinxia novels, but may pick it up to read one day. Side note: the main character, Yu Tu, in YMG is played by Yang Yang, who's also the same actor who played Xiao Nai in 020 and Yi Xiu in The King's Avatar. And why I mention these dramas specifically is because I want to ask, why does Yang Yang keep playing roles with esports? Haha, absolutely not complaining though. I enjoy watching dramas with esports, and would love to see more of Yang Yang. I personally give TK a 10 out of 10. YMG might be a 9 out of 10 personally for me, and maybe an 8, 5 or 9 out of 10 for 020. Can't wait till The King's Avatar 2 comes out though. Side note. Oh yeah, he also acted as Lin Dong in the drama Martial Universe adapted from the novel Wudong Qiankun. But as much as I love cultivation novels, I was never interested in that novel, so I didn't watch the drama either. But just an FYI. Oops, I went on, but last point. Honestly, I can't get enough of Yang Yang and his posture and handsome looks XD. What should I watch next? Time to go drama hunting again. Chapter 37. A bet with the Sword Monarch. After Lu Muyen left the transaction area, she went to join Yun Lan and the rest. As soon as she exited the door of the Ming Alliance of Merchants, she saw a burly, middle-aged man and a black-clothed, skinny old man stop Yun Lan and the others in their steps. When she thought about it, she easily guessed who they were. Mu Yen, how about I send you back to the general's mansion? Yun Lan found Lu Mu Yen walking out towards them from the entrance, and gave her a surreptitious, meaningful look. Just now, the king of Jinshi asked them who bought the fire cloud mink, and although he desperately tried to hide it, but Gu Yanran told them. and now they could only send Lu Muyen away first. Lu Muyen nodded with a smile. Sure. Although she said that, she knew that things wouldn't be that simple today. She wouldn't be able to leave easily. Why be in such a rush? The king of Jinshi stretched out his arm to stop Yin Lan. He still had business to settle, so how could he allow Yin Lan to take the person away? Then he swept his gaze to Lu Muyen, examining her. With a light purple dress, hair worn in a simplistic style, indifference in her eyes, an elegant and otherworldly temperament, and a beautiful face without powder. Even if she was rather young, she had the disposition of one who's capable of causing the downfall of a country one. Lu Muyen was one of the very few people whose appearance he considered pleasing to the eye. But it was a pity that this beauty was Lu Moyes' daughter. He couldn't touch her. This is General Lao's daughter, correct? Yun Tianzong had seen Lu Muyen before, but she didn't leave any impressions at the time. What he knew more deeply was Lu Muyen's reputation as trash, which he often used to ridicule Lu Mou. King of Jinshi. Lu Muyen nodded, with apathy and distance. She didn't want to show any looks of goodwill to her father's enemy. Not to mention the man's wanton gaze made her feel exceptionally unpleasant. A killing intent rose in her heart. You won the fire cloud, Mink. Yun Tianzong hadn't yet spoken when the skinny old man in black asked Lu Muyen first. Lu Muyen's expression didn't change as she nodded. Yes. Hand it over to this old man now. What this old man said before is still valid. I owe you a personal favor. The black-clothed old man was expressionless with a sharp look in his eyes. Apologies, senior. This junior's answer remains the same. Wanting to take advantage of his seniority and age and bully the weak. As if she'd allow that. Little girl, this old man is a sword monarch expert. Didn't your father teach you the principle of being kind to others? The black-clothed old man's eyes were full of displeasure, and a pressure that only belonged to the strong spread from him. Ever since he advanced to a sword monarch, there were fewer people who didn't give him any face. Lu Muyen's lips curled into a smile, and yet it couldn't be considered a smile. One couldn't understand what she was feeling as she looked at the man's eyes fearlessly. Presumably senior also understands the rules of an auction, right? The person with the highest price wins the item. This has been the unchanging principle since old times. If senior must snatch the fire cloud mink from me in front of the Ming Alliance of Merchants entrance today, then this junior has nothing to say. So what if he was a sword monarch? She's really had enough. Everyone just wanted to step on her these days. What's that all about? She wouldn't tolerate and compromise, but in the face of absolute strength, she wouldn't have a brain cramp too, and directly engage in battle with this sword monarch. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, just what do you want done so that you can give this fire cloud mink to this old man? The black-clothed old man's face sank. His hoarse voice carried with it a little anger, and the pressure he exuded thickened a little. Lu Muyen narrowed her eyes, straightened her back, and bore the pressure the black-clothed old man deliberately released upon her. A layer of sweat rose on her nose, and her face grew slightly pale. It was the first time that she had faced a pressure from a sword monarch expert by herself. The gap between three major stages truly wasn't a joke. The pressure alone already made her unable to move her feet. If they really did start fighting, then that old man could seriously take her little life in minutes. Yunlan's clenched hands were full of cold sweat. This strong sword monarch expert's face was as thin as sticks. His complexion was slightly green, and hidden in his eyes was an ominous glint and viciousness. This person probably practiced skills relating to the path of the ghost, had an unpredictable temperament, and was definitely cruel and ruthless. He couldn't let Lu Muyen be in danger, but it was inconvenient to leave, so he surreptitiously gave Yunjin a look. Yunjin nodded gently. What Yunlan worried about was what he was worried about. Looking up, he saw that the sword monarch didn't even care about the rest of them. So he silently retreated through the crowd of people, and returned to the Ming Alliance of Merchants to ask for help. After a short stalemate, Lu Muyen saw that the other party's face was covered in a shadow, and his eyes revealed more and more impatience. With a thought, the palm-sized little white beast landed in her hands. Then she smiled at the old man lightly. Senior, how about we make a bet? What bet? The black-clothed old man glanced at the little white beast with a flame of desire in his eyes. Then he raised his eyes and looked at Lu Muyen to see what sort of tricks she wanted to play. Since this little beast is important to both of us, then why not see what it chooses? How about that? Lu Muyen smiled generously and said, "If the fire cloud mink recognizes Senior as its master, then I will give it directly to Senior, without taking a cent, and I need Senior to owe me that personal favor. But if it still chooses this Junior, then it proves that it is more fated with this Junior. I ask that Senior let go when that happens." Lu Muyen didn't forget the appropriate respect that should be given to experts, but her attitude and tone was neither humble nor haughty. The black-clothed old man's lips curled up slightly. He probed the fire cloud mink's forehead using his mental energy, and discovered that nothing suspicious had been done to its sea of consciousness. So he nodded. Fine. He secretly laughed at Lu Muyen's naivety. Everyone only knew that he was a sword monarch expert, but they didn't know that he was also a spirit beast master. It was just a tier 2 demonic beast. Even if he was only a low-level spirit beast master, he could still easily obtain it. Then Senior, please. Lu Muyen's lips curled up, placed the little beast on the floor, then took a few steps back. Because the auction just ended, there were many people who were attracted by the news of their bet, and those that wanted to watch a show all stopped and crowded around. Seeing Lu Muyen's actions, they guessed that she wanted to yield the fire cloud mink to the sword monarch expert. But to give herself a proper way out of the embarrassing situation, she made such a meaningless bet. Gu Yanran's clenched hands beneath her sleeves suddenly loosened, and her eyes revealed a sense of gloating. For a demonic beast, she even dared to offend a sword monarch expert. Lu Muyen was truly an idiot. When the time came when she lost her bet, it was like losing one's army, on top of losing one's wife 3. She'd just wait to watch this trash start crying when the time came. And at this time, Ming Xiu, who was about to exit the Ming alliance of merchants with Elder Yi, stopped in his steps. He watched with interest as he folded his arms and leaned against a stone pillar at the entrance. Seeing his master suddenly stop, Elder Yi looked at Ming Xiu, befuddled, and asked, "Your Highness? Let's take a look first." Ming Xiu cast his gaze on Lu Muyen. He sure wanted to see what tricks this little woman would use to win this bet. One idiom describing a devastatingly beautiful woman. A woman so beautiful that she could make monarchs focus solely on her and disregard their land and people, causing their country's downfall. 2 Chinese equivalent to brain fart. So in this context, she want do stupid things. 3 Chinese idiom meaning suffering a double loss after trying to outsmart the enemy, as the enemy outsmarted them. Chapter 38. Monarch Ming. The black-clothed old man took a couple of steps forward and lifted the fire cloud mink from the ground, a strange smile on his face. He chanted an incantation to subdue the demonic beast. After chanting, he cut his index finger with a wind blade made from elemental energy, then dripped a drop of blood onto the little beast's flame-like cluster of hair. With a faint smile on Lu Muyen's face, she folded her arms and watched the black-clothed old man's performance, with ridicule in the depths of her eyes. With this old man's meager ability, he still wanted to subdue the spirit devourer? It truly was a daydream. A cup of tea's worth of time had passed, yet the drop of blood on the fire cloud mink's forehead still hadn't been absorbed into its body. The black-clothed old man was startled, and his eyes filled with a hazy shadow. He took out a red talisman from his interspatial ring, continued to mutter the incantation. Then he tapped with his thin fingers, and the red talisman entered the little beast's body. Afterwards, he formed a seal in the air that carried strong elemental energy, and forcibly inserted it into the little beast's sea of consciousness. The drop of blood on its forehead squirmed a few times. A bright light shone from his turbid eyes. This was his trump card as a spirit beast tamer for contracting beasts. He didn't believe that he couldn't handle a mere tier 2 demonic beast. Just when everyone thought that the drop of blood would successfully merge with the fire cloud mink's body, there was a sudden change. The black-clothed old man's blood essence directly burst on top of the little beast's forehead, turning into more than a dozen little droplets of blood that splattered onto the old man's face. Meanwhile, the fire cloud mink's entire body began to twitch as if it were ill. Disbelief surfaced in the black-clothed old man's eyes. What? He actually failed? How could that be possible? Squeak! With the black-clothed old man failing to contract the beast, the little beast in his hand not only twitched, but frothed at its mouth, and its 4 small paws curled together, whimpering. Those present who knew a spirit beast master had all guessed the reason for the little beast's current reaction. Only when spirit beast masters failed in their forced contract would the demonic beast's meridians and internal organs be harmed, then finally convulse until death. Seeing this sort of reaction from the spirit devourer in the black-clothed old man's hand, Lu Muyan's faint smile vanished, and a coldness replaced it. "Senior, can you now return the fire cloud mink to me?" Lu Muyan suppressed the cold killing intent that emerged in her heart, and asked expressionlessly. The pain suffered by her demonic beast today would definitely be returned to this damned old bastard tenfold. Humph! What's the use of a demonic beast that couldn't even withstand a contract seal? The black-clothed old man felt exceptionally displeased right now. He actually failed to contract it in front of so many people. His eyes grew cold, and he quickly condensed a wind blade that carried a strong pressure in his palm. With a swing, the wind blade left his palm and shot towards the little beast's forehead. As if sensing a dangerous power, the little beast's body trembled, attempting to avoid it. But because of its limited strength, it was ultimately restrained by the black-clothed sword monarch, unmovable, and could only wait for death. Right when the onlookers saw that the wind blade was about to fall onto the fire cloud mink's head, they all sighed with pity at what a waste it was to kill a demonic beast that was worth 100 million. Yet who knew that at that moment, a misty fire suddenly appeared in front of the black-clothed old man, holding a jade pendant magic tool to block the wind blade, only for it to instantly split into numerous halves. But Lu Muyan's wrist blocked the little beast's head, stopping the fatal blow. However, her wrist was marked with a deep bloody wound, and blood flowed down incessantly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the light purple figure. Blood fell drop by drop from her slender, white arms onto the little beast's pure white fur, then slowly bloomed, as scarlet and dazzling as a red spider lily that grew on the shores in the netherworld. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Ming Xiu's face beneath the mask was fearfully grim, and the coldness in his eyes was evidently apparent, as if it would condense into frost. "Senior, can you return my demonic beast to me now?" Lu Muyan didn't look at the wound on her wrist, but instead looked directly at the black-clothed old man, her gaze cold, as she emphasized each word. The black-clothed old man was startled by the coldness in her eyes, then huffed coldly. This girl suddenly gave him a very dangerous and strange feeling. She could not be left alive. As soon as her voice fell, he gathered elemental energy in his palm, then extended his arm to strike Lu Muyan's chest. The black-clothed old man practiced ghostly skills from the Yin sect, so he was exceptionally sensitive to danger. Such inexplicable feelings of unease helped him escape numerous life and death catastrophes. His principle in life was that he would rather kill mistakenly than let anyone go. And when it was necessary to kill, then he definitely wouldn't be soft. So he pretended to be infuriated by Lu Muyan's actions and released the pressure of a sword monarch to its entirety. "You dare to stop and provoke this old man, you're seeking death one." Lu Muyan was also infuriated. This damned old bastard was truly pushing her buttons. She closed her eyes. Then a silver talisman seal condensed in her sea of consciousness. Taking advantage of the fact that the black-clothed old man was unprepared, she utilized her flash step to its maximum, grabbed the little beast with one hand. Then after her phantom flashed a few times, the strong palm strike unexpectedly missed its target. But the speed between the two was too fast. So many of the spectators didn't see clearly, and before they even had time to recall the movements just now, the black-clothed old man took action once again. A long sword appeared in his hand. Then he frantically channeled his elemental energy into the sword. Today, he must cut down this girl that dared challenge his superiority, and who could become a hidden danger in the future. After the sword made a buzz sound, he slashed down in the air, and a sword aura that carried violent energy cut down like the autumn gale that swept the fallen leaves too. Where the sword aura passed, cracks spread in zigzags across the limestone flooring. The crowd all felt the terror of the sword aura, and surmised that Lu Muyen was over. Muyen! Yunlan yelled, but even he couldn't stop the trajectory of the sword aura. Lu Muyen narrowed her eyes, and continued to form seals with her hands, and a large web much like a spider's detached from her sea of consciousness. The strength of a sword monarch definitely couldn't be underestimated. Her face gradually paled as her spiritual energy was rapidly being deprived, but a blue mental energy tempest was forming in her sea of consciousness. Just when her mental energy was about to exit and turn into a physical shield, a sudden earth-shattering pressure fell from the sky and easily destroyed the black-clothed old man's sword aura. How bold! To dare fight in front of our Ming Alliance of Merchants' door and destroy my shop's facade. It is unforgivable. A powerful voice resounded across the sky, and the entire imperial capital was shocked by it. As soon as the voice fell, a giant palm of raging fire fell from the sky and headed directly for the black-clothed old man. The black-clothed old man felt that the energy contained in the blazing palm was exceptionally terrifying. Despite being aghast, his hands weren't leisurely, as he immediately threw out a shield into the air to block his front, then added a barrier made of elemental energy that covered his entire body. Except the moment the earth-shattering blazing palm landed, it easily broke through his shield, then struck his chest, and the elemental energy barrier collapsed in an instant. Piu! The black-clothed old man stumbled back a few steps upon being hit before stopping, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled slightly with terror in his eyes as he watched the person walk over from not far away and addressed. Monarch Ming. One random side note. I wonder how many times I avoided writing courting death by changing it to seeking death, haha. The memes I've seen on Xinsha Facebook groups have made me conscious of it XD. I've used courting a couple of times, though I'm pretty sure I'll use them interchangeably. Two very fast and powerful. Chapter 39. You owe this highness another favor. Following, a series of soft elemental energy fell from the sky and enveloped the scattered pieces of stone caused by the black-clothed old man's sword aura, and slowly pieced together one by one. In just a moment, the bluestone one flooring's cracks slowly closed and was restored to its original state. Upon seeing this, Lu Muyen retracted the secret skill she was about to use, and the spider thread-like mental energy also dispersed into nothingness, submerged in her sea of consciousness, as if it had never appeared before. Woman, you owe this highness another favor. A male voice with a sense of magnetic maturity brushed past Lu Muyen's ears like a spring breeze. The coldness in Lu Muyen's eyes was replaced by a faint smile. It was indeed Ming Xiu, that devilish man that acted. When the giant blazing palm struck, she felt the elemental energy fluctuation belonged to Ming Xiu, and an inexplicable sense of trust rose in her heart. Lu Muyen turned around upon sensing something and raised her eyes to see the valiant, tall, and imposing man, wearing a silver mask, elegantly walk over. His red robe danced flamboyantly with the wind, and a domineering aura naturally exuded from him, defeating all the men present. Others were like his foil, just like how the light of fireflies could never compete with the bright moon. Monarch Ming. The black-clothed old man clutched his chest, his face extremely ugly, while his eyes revealed slight fear. He was afraid of this man that walked towards him from the bottom of his heart. Monarch Ming. The highness of the nine-layer hall too, that the Ming Alliance of Merchants was subordinate to. His identity and strength were mysterious and unfathomable. While he acted on whatever he felt like doing, and even had the nickname God of Murder. Amongst the sword monarchs, he was unmatched, and even sword sovereigns didn't dare provoke him. Ming Xiu looked askance at him, his voice as cold as water. You recognize this highness? The name of Monarch Ming has long resounded throughout Tianling continent. Although this old man has never met your highness, but I have already heard of your highness' deeds. The black-clothed old man barely managed to smile while his posture remained very low. Rumor had it that Monarch Ming always wore a flamboyant red robe with a silver dark patterned mask, was arbitrary, arrogant, and tyrannical, and upon first glance, it was indeed as such. Seeing the complete reversal of attitude by the black-clothed old man, treating the red-clothed man with respect, the crowd of onlookers wondered. Who was this man who had a noble and impressive temperament? It was no wonder that the people present didn't know the name of Monarch Ming, although he had long become famous throughout Tianling continent, but that was mainly limited to the high-level sword masters. Those sword masters beneath Sword Monarch stage had no way of engaging in many of the land's secrets. Humph! You've heard of this highness name, and yet you still dare be so impudent at the entrance to the Ming Alliance of Merchants. Aren't you very good? Ming Xiu's voice carried a chill and people couldn't help but shudder. I did not intend to offend Monarch Ming. I simply had some disputes with a junior, so I do hope that Monarch Ming does not blame me. The black-clothed old man bent slightly. He could only bow his head in front of formidable strength. Towards Monarch Ming, the black-clothed old man couldn't afford to resist or disrespect him. This man's power was unfathomable. His behavior was devilish and cold, and his temperament was even more capricious than those from the ghost sects. Regardless of who provoked him, they'd end up worse than death. Ming Xiu looked askance at Lu Muyen, and a rare expression of a smile rose in his narrow phoenix eyes. With a flip of his hand, a medicine bottle appeared in his palm. It is the negligence of my Ming Alliance of Merchants to allow young Miss Lu to have been threatened the moment you stepped out of the entrance, right after participating in our auction. Consider this bottle of medicine as an apology. Ming Xiu's voice was cold and indifferent, and one couldn't hear any emotions. He handed the bottle in his palm to Lu Muyen. This highness will give young Miss Lu an explanation. Lu Muyen rolled her eyes inwardly. He sure could act. But she was close to being in the limelight because of the marrow-cleansing pill. So if this devilish man displayed any hint that they recognized each other, then that'd be an even bigger problem. Thank you, Monarch Ming. Lu Muyen respectfully reached out her hand and took the medicine bottle, pulled off its cap then and there, and shook the light yellow medicinal powder onto her wound. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. As soon as the wound on the wrist came into contact with the medicinal powder, the blood naturally stopped. The burning sensation also vanished and was replaced by a refreshing sensation. As expected, she knew this devil's items would be extraordinary. He just casually took out a bottle, and it was powder from crushed grade 3 healing pills. The black-clothed old man's heart thumped erratically, and the strong sense of unease grew even stronger. He secretly regretted attacking Lu Muyen at the entrance to the Ming Alliance of Merchants, and should have snuck into the Lu mansion at night, kidnapped the beast and kill her. As a sword monarch, even if you aren't ashamed of attacking a kid at the Great Sword Master stage, this highness feels it to be irksome. Ming Xiu stretched out his hand lazily and clapped twice. Two masked men in black exuding the pressure of an expert suddenly appeared from the shadows, carrying a dangerous aura. Their cultivation base was also above the old man. Master. The two knelt respectfully and awaited Ming Xiu's order. Give him to the law enforcement unit. Those who dared provoke the alliance must be punished according to the law. The Ming Alliance of Merchants had announced several rules of theirs long ago, and even organized a special law enforcement unit that specifically punished those that dared provoke the alliance, or those that had malicious intents towards the alliance. After being arrested, they wouldn't be killed, but they definitely wouldn't end up nice. Upon hearing Monarch Ming's plan to give him to the law enforcement unit, terror rose in the black-clothed old man's heart. He knew about that place, and heard that after entering, living was worse than death, and no one would be able to exit without peeling a few layers of skin. 3. Please be merciful, Monarch Ming. I am the outer elder of our Yin sect, and plead of your highness to not bother with this matter considering our sect. I will never offend the Ming Alliance of Merchants next time. The black-clothed old man's posture was very low, even though he was a sword monarch, but in front of Monarch Ming, he was nothing. He didn't dare provoke this arrogant and domineering man at all. Ming Xiu squinted at the black-clothed old man. Greedy for life and fearful of death, It truly was a waste of his cultivation as a sword monarch. Normally he'd be too lazy to take action. But this time this person hurt Lu Muyen, which made him exceptionally displeased. He was unforgivable. Take him away. Ming Xiu waved his hand casually at his two subordinates. Monarch Ming, you cannot treat me like this. I am a member of the Yin sect. Don't you push people too far. The black-clothed man was essentially a sword monarch. He was already disgraced enough from acting so lowly before. Yet Monarch Ming still didn't give him any face. So what about the Yin sect? It has never entered this highness' eyes. Ming Xiu huffed coldly. He had long been displeased with the Yin sect. So what if he killed him in public, let alone just throwing him to the law enforcement unit? The black-clothed old man's heart sank. He mobilized all the elemental energy he had and gathered it in his palm, then bit his fingertip until it bled, and quickly chanted an incantation. Had attempt to escape using the Yin sect's escape skill, the blood illusion skill. If he could successfully escape, then he wouldn't be forcefully captured by the Ming Alliance of Merchants Law Enforcement Unit. As for how to deal with the arrest order given by the Ming Alliance of Merchants, he would think of it later. A ray of blood-red light slowly emerged from the black-clothed old man. Just when it was about to envelop him whole, a golden chain flew out from each of the hands of Ming Xiu's two black-clothed subordinate, locking him in place. It even interrupted the secret skill he attempted to use to escape. The black-clothed old man's eyes were full of dismay, and attempted to use his sword skills to resist. However, he couldn't utilize any of his elemental energy, as they were forcefully suppressed by the golden chains. And it was then that horror rose in his eyes. As he was being taken away by the two, the black-clothed old man turned his head and glared at Lu Muyen with hostility and killing intent. It was all that little girl's fault today. If he could come out alive from the Ming Alliance of Merchants Law Enforcement Unit's control, then he must refine her into a mummy to dispel his hatred. Lu Muyen sneered. This damned old bastard even had killing intent towards her now. But who knew who'd kill who in the future? The black-clothed sword monarch expert being locked by the golden chain, then disappearing with the two men in black caused everyone present to look at Ming Xiu with horror and fear. Just who was this man? One minor change from limestone to bluestone. Too pretty sure the name of his hall is a reference to the 9 layers of heaven in Chinese mythology. 3 they'd be put through a lot of agony and wouldn't come out unscathed. Chapter 40. The secret within the spirit devourer's body. Ming Xiu didn't care about the glances of the people around him. His long and narrow phoenix eyes looked at Lu Muyen deeply, but it was only fleeting, so fast that no one could catch it. He stopped talking, turned, and disappeared from here completely. After Ming Xiu left, Elder Yi walked forward and asked Lu Muyen with a gentle smile. Is young Miss Lu all right? Thank you for Elder Yi's concern. I'm fine. Lu Muyen shook her head with a smile. Feeling the trembling of the little beast in her hand grow more and more intense, her eyes sank, but she remained smiling. Elder Yi, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. That's fine. Please do as you see fit, young Miss Lu. Elder Yi noticed the little beast in Lu Muyen's hand wasn't in good condition and sighed inwardly. What a pity. Lu Muyen nodded. Then she took out a wooden whistle that hung around her neck and blew it. In only a few breaths, a bright, white tailwind horse appeared in front of everyone. She addressed Yunlan and the others, then mounted the tailwind horse while carrying the spirit devourer. She left the premises of the Ming Alliance of Merchants and headed for the Lu clan. The king of Jinshi watched with uncertainty, and his face was so dark it could squeeze out a basin of ink. He narrowed his eyes, then turned and left from the crowd. After seeing Lu Muyen's valiant and admirable back disappear, Yunlan retrieved his gaze. As soon as he turned his head, he saw the others stare at Lu Muyen's back in a daze as well. Let's go too. He narrowed his eyes, concealed the strangeness in his eyes, and addressed the others. After Yunlan and the others left, the crowd exploded as they gathered in threes and pairs before leaving, still discussing what occurred at today's auction. In less than half a day, the news of the marrow cleansing pill appearing at the auction spread throughout the entire imperial capital. Large and small distinguished families held their own thoughts on this matter, as they sent spies to the general's mansion to gather intel. The situation on the black-clothed sword monarch, being severely injured by the mysterious red-clothed, masked man, and then thrown to the law enforcement unit, however, was strictly banned from being spoken of in the empire. Other sword masters didn't dare speak of this incident or discuss anything to do with the man, who was termed Monarch Ming. However, Lu Muyin didn't care for how the outside coveted her marrow-cleansing pill. The moment she arrived home, she entered her room and put the trembling little beast on the table. At this time the little beast's 4 claws were curled up even more. Her face sunk and one hand probed the area of the spirit devourer's dantian area. She used her mental energy to slip inside and inspect deeper. Then she used her mental energy to scan the condition of the spirit devourer's insides. She discovered that its meridians weren't shattered, and its internal organs were also perfectly well. Then what caused this sort of physical state? As she thought deeply, she once again scrutinized the spirit devourer's insides carefully. When her mental energy accidentally touched the demonic beast's crystal core, she discovered that its energy was very violent. The crystal core's purple color was at times light, at times dark, extremely unstable. She focused, then pushed a trace of what attributes spiritual energy into the spirit devourer's body, and calmed the violent energy of the crystal core bit by bit. After the crystal core's turbulent energy was slowly suppressed by her spiritual energy, she used her mental energy to probe into the crystal core. It's actually a seal too. Lu Muyin was slightly surprised. How is there a seal in the crystal core of the spirit devourer? No wonder, when in the private room, she clearly felt an unusual mental energy within the spirit devourer's body, secretly protecting its internal organs, but felt that the energy disappeared just earlier. So it was the crystal core's problem. Seeing the little, round white ball's aura slowly weakening, and its whole body was trembling more severely, as if it would die soon, she took a deep breath and made a bold decision. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. She drew 10 void talismans in the air with her spiritual energy, then sent them directly into the spirit devourer's body, forming a 5-element array to break the seal. Then she sent a sliver of her mental energy that carried a little bit of spiritual energy into the sealed crystal core, and not long after, she found the whereabouts of the energy that formed the seal. She pushed her spiritual energy further and bit by bit, slowly devouring the energy that was enveloped by a black mist. As time passed, Lu Muyan's face grew paler, a layer of sweat rose on her forehead, and her long eyelashes on her closed eyes trembled slightly. But her hands weren't idle, as one hand stroked the spirit devourer, and the other formed seals in the air. Numerous 5-element arrays appeared in midair, and converged into a series of 5-colored rays of light that flew into the little beast, enveloping its purple crystal core. The black mist that entangled around the purple crystal core was swallowed up by her spiritual energy, and a dense black thread-like force that wrapped around the crystal core was then revealed. Then the 5-element arrays entered into the crystal core, and a 5-colored light suddenly burst from within the little beast, instantly enveloping the black filamentous force. The two types of energy competed against each other incessantly. Lu Muyin clenched her jaw when she saw this, then sent all her remaining spiritual energy into the little beast to protect the purple crystal core. The key lied in this. Lu Muyin suddenly opened her eyes and said softly, "Break!" As her voice fell, the 5-colored light flourished and completely annihilated the layer of black filamentous energy on the crystal core. When the light dissipated, the crystal core suddenly emitted a dazzling purple light, and a force that didn't belong to her burst out of the crystal core, instantly destroying the seal. Lu Muyin was startled. She actually felt an aura and pressure that only an adult spirit devourer could exude, and a powerful soul energy was hidden within the crystal core. She looked at it firmly, then immediately cut her fingers and dripped a drop of blood on the spirit devourer's head, fusing it with the bright red flame-like fur. She chanted a long, vague and obscure spell. When she finished her spell, a red and complicated Taoist seal appeared in the air. She pointed 2 fingers, and the Taoist seal disappeared together with the blood essence on the spirit devourer's forehead under her control, forming a contract talisman in the spirit devourer's sea of consciousness. Before the purple light of the little beast's crystal core faded, and while the little beast's soul energy had yet to recover, Lu Muyan's contract talisman successfully contracted the spirit devourer through its sea of consciousness. Only then did she sigh in relief and retrieved all the mental energy she released into the little beast's body and crystal core. After a while, the small white beast with its eyes tightly closed suddenly opened them. There was a coldness in its glass-like black eyes. An intangible mental energy suddenly pierced Lu Muyan's sea of consciousness, and her head hurt, as if it were being pricked by countless fine needles. She quickly guarded her sea of consciousness and mobilized her mental energy to form a big web, like spider silk, and only then was she able to withstand the enemy's assault. I saved you, and you want to repay kindness with enmity 3? Lu Muyan glared at the spirit devourer that had a sudden change in temperament in front of her. Her clear eyes met those cold eyes that were like a deep well. The little beast's eyes showed a humanized look of uncertainty. Then after a while, it withdrew the mental energy that invaded Lu Muyan's sea of consciousness. As soon as the mental energy disappeared, a cold male voice echoed in her sea of consciousness. You, a weak human being, dared to sign a contract with this king. You truly deserve death. 1. Show how angry he is feeling. 2. This seal means there's something sealed/locked within this crystal core. 3. Idiom, that is equivalent to the English bite the hand that feeds one. Pretty straightforward though. Note, I might edit some previous chapters and fix some of the terminology to do with seals and talismans so that it makes more sense. I just did a more in-depth research on Baidu and read up the meanings of some of the terminology the author used regarding seals and talismans. Each of the words used have more distinct meanings in Chinese, so I want to try to reflect their distinctiveness in the English translation, so it makes more sense. But it might not be the most accurate translation since I only formally studied Chinese for 3 years, though I'm ethnically Chinese. And reading Chinese websites to do with fantasy and magic-related things is still tricky. Anyways, for continuing readers, you'll be able to find explanations of seals and talismans, and the related @Maiwada information once I update the page, sometime soon. Warning, there may be spoilers on this page too if you're not up to date with my posts. Chapter 41. Contract of Equals. Hearing the telepathic communication from the spirit devourer's spiritual sense, Lu Muyan's lips rose with sarcasm. This king deserved death. She looked at the spirit devourer as if looking at a joke. I don't know if you've heard of a saying. The spirit devourer looked up at her firmly with questioning in his eyes. A dragon that swims in the shallow waters is taunted by shrimps. A tiger that leaves its forest and ends up in the plains gets bullied by a dog. The cat that's regarded highly is more ferocious than a tiger. And the balding phoenix is even inferior to a chicken one. Lu Muyan's red lips opened. If she didn't know that there was a problem with this demonic beast, then she'd have lived her previous life in vain. The little beast's eyes widened, and a trace of anger flashed in his cold eyes. But in an instant his eyes grew dim again. Lu Muyan chuckled softly, and looked at the spirit devourer as she leaned her chin on her hand. I don't want to inquire about your secrets, but my guess is that you must really want to strengthen yourself right now, right? So what if it's a yes? There was a haze in the cold eyes of the spirit devourer. This woman's intelligence didn't appear to be like someone who's in their teens. I performed a contract of equals incantation spell, so we're not in a master-servant relationship. Lu Muyan fell silent, then raised her eyebrows and continued. How about we cooperate? At first glance, this spirit devourer definitely had an extraordinary origin. Just earlier, when the powerful soul energy broke away from the seal, she changed the type of contract incantation spell she used. Towards the strong, she would give them the respect they deserved. She knew that if she forcibly signed a master-servant contract, then she would most likely receive some backlash from the demonic beast in the future. Many superior demonic beast species would rather die than succumb to being a human spirit pet. So she'd rather dig a hole from the very beginning that it would jump down into willingly too. What she lacked right now were helpers, since she couldn't really raise a spirit pet that had yet to bear wisdom. Then she would at least not let go of such an experienced helper. You, a human being who's only at the Great Sword Master cultivation base? There was disdain in the eyes of the spirit devourer. Aren't you just a tier 2 demonic beast right now as well? What right do you have to belittle me? Lu Mu Yen sneered, stood up, then looked down at the spirit devourer. Right now you have two choices. One, be my spirit pet, and we can be in a partnership. Or two, if you refuse to accept it, then you can kill yourself. But I'll remind you, the spell that I use for the contract is a lost, ancient incantation spell. Even I don't have a way to dispel it. If you want to forcibly break the contract, then don't blame me if you get a backlash. She didn't lie about this point. She found this incantation spell when she entered a secret realm, and was an incomplete contract spell that was left behind by an ancient immortal. It only showed how to contract, but not how to terminate the contract. Compared to ordinary contracts that subdued a demonic beast, the advantage of this incantation spell was that if a demonic beast wanted to forcibly terminate the contract, then it would suffer a very serious backlash. Not to mention it couldn't betray or kill its master either. So even if this demonic beast's cultivation base was 10 times, or dozens of times higher than hers, it still wouldn't be able to break the contract and harm her. Think about it yourself. I don't like to force things. Seeing the little beast on the table close its eyes and ignore her, Lu Mu Yen didn't care either. After she finished speaking, she turned and left the room. This kind of arrogant guy should be given some time to chill, and let it comprehend its current situation and disadvantages. Then they would naturally be able to communicate later. The door closed securely, and the spirit devourer opened its eyes that were filled with complex emotions. The color of the red fur, that appeared like a flame on his forehead, grew even more vivid. After that particular battle, when he was seriously injured and was about to perish, he performed the innate talent that only a spirit devourer King 3 knew, the reincarnation skill. Eventually, he sealed his beast's soul within a crystal core, and performed a nirvana reincarnation. But he didn't think that after he was born from the reincarnated egg, he would fall into this small interface. The forceful contract that the Sword Monarch attempted to use on him activated the seal on his crystal core, and woke him early. Although he hadn't yet awoken during the auction, but he was aware of everything that happened. In retrospect, that woman's act of blocking the sword for him made him admire her courage. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks. Even if it was impossible for him to die in the hands of that Sword Monarch, he was still touched by that woman's actions. So when he launched his mental energy attack, he didn't intend to kill her, but merely wanted to test her strength. The result astounded him. With such powerful mental energy, that woman must have a lot of secrets too. A partner? Maybe he could try. A day later, Lu Mu Yen, who was sitting in the Lu clan's practice room with her eyes closed, cultivating, suddenly opened her eyes and cast her gaze to the southeast direction outside the window. She felt spiritual force pouring into a particular spot. It was Lu Mu Bei's room. It appeared that her eldest brother was about to advance. In a flash, Lu Mu Yen left her room and used flash steps to move towards the courtyard where Lu Mu Bei resided. There, the spiritual force of heaven and earth in their air poured towards one or within the courtyard. She revealed a clear and attractive smile on her beautiful little face. Her eldest brother's talent was indeed exceptional. He was comparable to her back in the immortal cultivation world with the heavenly spiritual root. The cultivators in this world didn't have spiritual roots, but when her soul and this body merged into one, she discovered that the strong comprehension abilities of her heavenly spiritual root were also integrated. After merging, she could absorb spiritual force several times faster than ordinary sword masters, and she had the advantage when comprehending laws. Most importantly, she could also comprehend all the elemental attributes of this world. The spiritual force hovered in the sky above the roof, forming clusters of spirit clouds. Then the spirit clouds were pulled into the room one after another, and the person sitting inside absorbed the spiritual force from the spirit clouds to their heart's content. Not long later, Lu Zhantian, Lu Mou, and Lu Muting also arrived here from different directions. When they saw Lu Muyen, who was already standing in the courtyard, their face revealed expressions of excitement. All three of them had already finished absorbing the medicinal properties of the marrow cleansing pill, and successfully cleansed their marrow and broadened their meridians. Grandpa, father, second brother, how are the effects after you finished absorbing the marrow cleansing pill? Lu Muyen asked the three with a smile, her eyes overflowing with warmth. Haha, although I'm old now, but I still have successfully expanded my meridians by 1/3. I have hope of breaking through to a sword monarch within 2 years. Lu Zhantian laughed. My family's Yener is the lucky star of the Lu clan. I doubled the size of my meridians, and my absorption speed of spiritual force also doubled. I felt that the bottleneck that I couldn't break through before had loosened. I believe that I'll be able to successfully break through to sword monarch soon. Lu Mou said with a gentle smile, with his eyes dyed in a layer of confidence. Lu Muting appeared even more excited and said enthusiastically, I'm the same as Yener, also more than doubling the size of my meridians. I believe I'll soon be able to break through to advanced phase sword spirit. Lu Muyen chuckled with an ease of mind. The Lu family's talents were indeed extremely outstanding. If the marrow cleansing pill was taken by a sword master with average talent, then it wouldn't have such a good effect. The spiritual force surrounding them suddenly stopped surging, and the spirit clouds were slowly being absorbed by the person within the room, until there were none. None of them spoke as they stared, transfixed. In that direction, Lu Mubai had reached the pivotal point of breakthrough. But what people didn't expect was that after a stick of incense of time, spiritual force from all directions began to surge and gather above the room's roof again, tumbling incessantly, forming clusters of spirit clouds, beginning another round of frenzied absorption by the person within the room. About 2 hours later, the spirit clouds in the sky dispersed, and a powerful aura released from within the courtyard. Lu Muyan's eyes brightened. Eldest brother succeeded in breaking through to Sword King. Eldest brother is so abnormal. Lu Muting pouted, unreconciled, but the joy in his eyes revealed that he was also exceptionally happy and excited. Haha. Her grandfather also laughed aloud, then said, My Lu clan has gained another Sword King expert today. Lu Mo's handsome and elegant face also revealed gratification. Lu Mubei's advancement brought their Lu clan's overall strength to another level. A poem by an unknown Ming Dynasty poet, that's used to describe a person who loses their position and status, etc., are even less than those who used to be their inferiors/weaker ones. To dig a hole for someone to jump into means to prepare a trap. In this case, her trap is to make the spirit devourer remain contracted to her willingly by giving him better conditions. 3. The author used instead of. This wasn't the first time. It happened once before. But that time I was certain it was a typo. But this time, it's possible it's a hint at the beast's real identity that's slightly different to a spirit devourer? They're very similar translations, since both mean devourer. I'll fix it in the future depending on which one the author uses, and whether she gives us a more definitive explanation of this beast. Chapter 42. Lu Mubai advances. At the same time Lu Mubai was advancing, within the restricted area of Yinzhou country's Imperial Palace, a white-haired old man opened his eyes and dashed out of the restricted area. He stood in the air, standing in the direction of the general's mansion. What a strong energy fluctuation during advancement. He narrowed his eyes, then laughed. The Lu clan has birthed another Sword King. Not bad, not bad. In the main hall of the Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man in purple clothes walked out of the main hall, felt the spiritual force surge in the direction of the general's mansion, then touched his Buddhist beads in his hands. The Lu clan has birthed another Sword King. Lu Mubai is indeed exceptionally talented. In the imperial capital, a green-clothed old man expressed surprise within a hillside wooden house that sat in an area with plentiful spiritual force, where birds sang and fragrant flowers bloomed. Such a powerful and grand advancement. Lu clan's little boy truly is worthy of being the #1 prodigy of the empire. In a courtyard of a distinguished clan, there were 3 people currently chatting in their seats, when suddenly they felt the spiritual force incessantly surge in one direction. They immediately stood up and stared, transfixed, in the direction of the Lu clan. After the spirit clouds in the sky scattered, one of the middle-aged men said, "The new Sword King of the Lu family, it must be Lu Mubai. Didn't he just advance to an advanced phase sword spirit not long ago? How did he advance to the Sword King stage so fast?" A young man asked with a complicated expression. "Marrow cleansing pill. I guess he must have obtained the marrow cleansing pill." A light shone from the eyes of a man not yet 20 years of age behind the 2 men. Yes, Yun Lan and Yun Jin both received a marrow cleansing pill from Lu Muyan. How could Lu Mubai, who's Lu Muyan's eldest brother, not have it? The man who spoke before clenched his fist with a face of certainty. Then he turned to the middle-aged man with excitement in his eyes. "Father, the effect of the marrow cleansing pill seems to be even better than what the rumors said." "Marrow cleansing pill," the middle-aged man murmured, then laughed aloud. "Let's go visit the Lu clan now to congratulate Lu Mubei's advancement." An old woman sat cross-legged atop a deep pond. She retracted her gaze that fell on the sky, then immediately received a message from her family. "Marrow cleansing pill?" The old woman stood up from atop the deep pond and walked on its surface towards the shore step by step. "For the clan, it looks like I must personally visit the Lu clan." Similar scenes occurred across Yinzhou country. Lu Mubei's advancement, accompanied with the previous situation on the marrow cleansing pill, once again caused a sensation in the entire imperial capital. The general's mansion in the imperial capital. A gentle, handsome, white-clothed man walked out of the room in the courtyard. He was tall and slender with an ethereal, otherworldly temperament. His entire person naturally exuded a feeling of a fallen immortal. Grandpa Father Yener Xiaoting. Lu Mubei's eyes were dyed with joy. Even he didn't think that he could borrow the broadened meridians from consuming the marrow cleansing pill to madly absorb spiritual force and unexpectedly advance to a Sword King. Congratulations, eldest brother, on becoming a Sword King expert. Lu Muyan naturally hugged Lu Mubei's arm, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile. Lu Mubai reached out a hand and poked Lu Muyan's small, pretty nose. This time, it was all thanks to Yenner's pill. "Eldest brother, aren't you a little too abnormal? It's only been a few years, and you left me behind so far already." Lu Muting raised his eyebrow and huffed, but within, he was proud of having such an elder brother. Lu Mubai glanced at him and said, "Well, who told you to run around everywhere day and night, and not focus on cultivating? The fact that you can even reach middle phase sword spirit was because of your talent." He glanced at his sister, who smiled like a flower, then looked back at his younger brother with a smile, yet not quite a smile, and added another stab. "If you stay this idle, I believe that Yenner will surpass you soon. Come and read on our website, Wuxia World site." Thanks. Lu Muting rolled his eyes, as if he'll be surpassed by this little girl. "Second brother, then let's compete to see who can advance to Sword King first." Lu Muyan really liked this homely feeling and atmosphere. She smiled and looked at Lu Muting in provocation. "Sure, let's compete then. When you lose, don't cry." Lu Muyan rolled her eyes at Lu Muting. She hadn't cried since embarking on the journey of cultivation. With her natural endowments and experience, it was exceptionally easy to surpass Lu Muting. Who knows who'll be the one crying then? Let's wait and see. The two played and laughed around. Then Lu Muyan told them what occurred at the auction yesterday. Grandfather and the rest all agreed with her approach. Instead of hiding things and being coveted by others, they might as well make it public. Since everyone knew it, then the secret would no longer be a secret. What made Grandfather and Lu Mou relieved was that Lu Muyan really grew up, was sensible, and knew how to be considerate. The fact that Lu Muyan could gift the marrow cleaning pill to Yun Lan proved that she put her aunt in the palace, who loved her, in her heart. It showed that her family still held a significant place in her heart. Although not many people dared to scheme against the Lu clan, but Yenner still needs to be more careful in the future to prevent vile people from causing trouble. Lu Mo still had some concern about the safety of his daughter. How about during this time, you can cultivate by Mu Bei's side? Daddy, I can't always keep growing beneath your wings, I won't go far that way. Lu Muyan's heart warmed as she radiated self-confidence, making her appear beautiful and refined. She looked at them with determination in her eyes. I will continue to work hard towards the path of the strong. Even if before me is a path full of thorns, I'll still charge forward and create my own path towards strength. Upon hearing what sounded like an oath of her determination and resoluteness, they were stunned. All right. As expected of my Lu clan's child, this firm heart of a cultivator is the most precious. Grandfather's eyes revealed gratification and admiration. He would be the first to support his family's Yenner's grand aspirations. After a pause, grandfather added, Yenner is right. Sword cultivation is essentially heaven-defying, so one cannot cultivate with fear. It takes a firm heart of Tao to become a strong person. This situation could be considered Yenner's test. Let's let her do what she wants. Thank you, Grandpa. Lu Muyan let go of Lu Mubai and affectionately shook her grandfather's arm. Even she herself didn't expect to behave like this one day, so natural and genuine. I thought incorrectly, Yenner's choice is right. His daughter's words made Lu Mo see through the murkiness of his mind. Previously, he and his wife were too afraid of their daughter getting hurt, so they protected her too well. But clearly the effect wasn't good. Now that his daughter radiated self-confidence, it also became his drive. He decided to comply with his daughter's wishes and let her grow independently. He believed that his daughter wouldn't let him down. Yenner is so confident, we must work harder too. Lu Mubei's eyes were filled with determination and hope. He would also move forward courageously on the path of the strong. Lu Muting was also touched by his big brother and little sister's determination and resoluteness. He couldn't be left too far behind by them either. After returning to the frontier, he should also concentrate and devote his energy to cultivation. The family happily talked about their experience in cultivation, and although Lu Muyan's cultivation base was the lowest, but the opinions she raised from time to time caused them to reflect. Upon the end of their discussion, they quickly returned to their respective rooms and attempted to comprehend, aided by the realizations from her words. That day, many people came to visit the Lu clan under the pretense of congratulating Lu Mubai on his advancement, but they were all sent away by the steward with the excuse that their eldest young master was still consolidating his cultivation base. Early the next morning, an imperial edict summoned Lu Muyen and Lu Mubai to the palace, breaking the peace in the Lu clan. Lu Muyen held the imperial edict in her hands with an understanding in her heart. The imperial family definitely wanted to know the origins of the marrow cleansing pill, or wanted to inquire about the alchemist who refined the marrow cleansing pill from her. But she had already prepared for this. Chapter 43. Entering the palace, Lu Muyen and Lu Mubai rode the carriage through the gate of the palace and directly towards Yantian Hall. Only once they've arrived did they get out of the carriage and walk into the large hall. On the main seat in the middle of the large hall sat a handsome middle-aged man in bright yellow brocade. With one look one could tell his identity. On the lower right side sat a radiant and glamorous woman in a red palace dress. She was precisely Lu Muyan's aunt Lu Moz. In addition to the two and the palace guards in the hall, there also sat two elderly men with an extraordinary temperament, and who appeared lively and vigorous. Formal greetings to the Emperor-Empress. Lu Mubai led Lu Muyen into the hall, and raised his hands to respectfully greet the two on the main seats. Then he turned around and greeted the two elderly men respectfully. Lu Mubai greets Imperial teacher principal. When a sword master greeted the emperor, there was no need to bow down like a commoner or ordinary person. Lu Muyen also took a step forward and greeted the several people respectfully, imitating Lu Mubai. It seems that the rumors are true. The little girl Mu Yen has indeed changed a lot. Emperor Yin Tian, Chen said with a gentle smile to the empress beside him. Empress Lu Moz glared at Yin Tian Chen, then with a smile. However Yenner changes, she is still our Lu clan's treasure. The implication in her words was to remind Lu Muyen that she had a special identity and needn't tolerate others' bullying. Yun Tianchen revealed a little helplessness in his eyes. Moz was more and more distrustful of him. Did she think he'd eat Lu Muyen won? Yenner, come here. Lu Moz beckoned gently to Lu Muyen, her eyes looking at her dotingly. Lu Muyen was naturally able to tell her aunt really loved her, and her heart felt warm. She took a few steps forward, held Lu Moz's hand and addressed intimately. Aunt. As long as you little girl is fine, then everything's well. When you were injured by that Guyen ram before, it truly worried Aunt. Lu Moz said with a coldness in her eyes. This debt would definitely be repaid by the Gu clan. Lu Muyen patted Lu Moz's hand lightly to show comfort and said nonchalantly, It's just an insignificant person. Don't let it affect Aunt's mood. There really wasn't any need to pay attention to a person like Guyen Ran. But of course, the repayment towards Guyen Ran wouldn't be lacking either. Seeing that the two involved the Gu clan now, Yun Tianchen displayed a somewhat unnatural expression, then changed the subject with a smile. Little girl, I heard that your terminal meridian's constitution has been eradicated? Replying to the emperor yes. Lu Muyen replied with a faint smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. How could you call the empress aunt, yet call Zhentu emperor? Yun Tianchen's eyes revealed a trace of affection. You used to call Zhen uncle. That was because Mu Yen was ignorant before. But now I don't dare to be presumptuous anymore, to save my aunt from experiencing any grievance in the palace. Lu Muyen's face remained unchanged, but her tone carried a little sarcasm. Her aunt had given so much to this man. But this man kept accepting one concubine after the other. In recent years, he had even been pampering Gu Yin Ran's elder sister extensively. She didn't want to care about whether the structure of the empire required him to do this or not. She only complained for her aunt that doted on her. Yin Tianchen's eyes darkened. This girl was even bolder now. He turned his head to look at the emotionless empress, feeling bitter in his heart. He sighed secretly. He also had his own difficulties, made too many involuntary decisions, but he also let down his most beloved woman. You little girl. Yun Tianchen's face revealed a helpless smile, pretending not to understand her insinuations. As Lu Moz loved Lu Muyen, then he too would adore Lu Muyen. If he blamed Lu Muyen right now for her words, then he was afraid that his relationship with Lu Moz would be even stiffer. A sliver of sorrow flashed across Lu Moz's eyes, but not wanting to mention Imperial noble consort Gu, she lifted her head and smiled at Lu Mubai. Mubai, congratulations. Thank you, Aunt. Come and read on our website Wuxia World site. Thanks, Mubai. Do you have any plans after advancing now? Yin Tianchen valued Lu Mubai. As the #1 prodigy of the empire, he would definitely be great support in the future to Yanzhou country. Lu Mubei's gentle, handsome face was still calm and composed. Replying to the emperor, I want to continue to stay at the Imperial Academy and participate in the Academy's annual competition, then the trials after that. Sounds fine. Yin Tianchen nodded. The Imperial Academy's annual competition was exceptionally important this time. After the annual competition was the selection trials. With Lu Mubai participating, the safety of the students had more guarantee. Then, Yin Tianchen chatted idly with Lu Mubai and Lu Muyen, all of which were rather simple questions. Seeing that the topic between the emperor and the two simply wasn't entering into the main subject, the white-haired old man in the main hall coughed gently. Then he looked at Lu Muyen and asked straightforwardly, Lu girl, do you still have any more marrow cleansing pills that you gifted to Yun Lan and Yun Jin? No more. Lu Muyen opened her palms and shrugged. The two old men in front of them were both sword monarch experts, and were important figures within Yanzhou country. The white-haired elderly man that spoke to her was Yanzhou Empire's imperial teacher, Yun Song, and the green-clothed elderly man who wore a smile beside him was the Imperial Academy's principal, Ruan Li. As such, she maintained the respect that they deserved in her attitude towards them. Then can you tell us how you obtained the marrow cleansing pill? Yun Song didn't conceal the expectant look in his eyes. The marrow cleansing pill's effects were simply too amazing, so they must ask clearly. My master gave it to me. Lu Muyin didn't even blink when lying. Yin Song frowned and asked in surprise. Master? Why have I never heard of you having a master before? I only became master's disciple when I went to the blazing mountain range, that's why no one knows. Is your master in the Imperial capital? Yin Song couldn't help but show excitement. They all thought that there was an expert behind Lu Muyen, so the purpose of calling Lu Muyen here was to befriend that high-level alchemist through her. The marrow cleansing pill was simply too important for Yinzhou country. If they could get their hands on a few, then they would definitely be able to raise more sword kings with better aptitudes, and perhaps even sword monarchs. By then, entering the ranks of a powerful country was only a matter of time. With such an opportunity in front of them, how could they not be tempted by it and take a shot at it? Yin Tianshen and Ruanli also looked at Lu Muyin nervously. They weren't doing it for themselves. Everything was for the glory of the empire. Lu Muyin shook her head. After Master gifted me the pill, he went to travel. As for when he'll be back, I also don't know. Is your master an alchemist? Why did you become his disciple? A trace of disappointment flashed through Yin Song's eyes, but he still looked at Lu Muyen, unreconciled, and continued asking. I heard that there's a kind of spiritual herb in the blazing mountain range that could improve one's constitution. So I went the blazing mountain range with a mercenary party, who took on a mission in there, thinking to at least give it a try. Then we were separated by a group of fur crimson boars, and I accidentally strayed into an underground cave and met Master. Amongst the commoners, there were indeed rumors of this sort of spiritual herb, but no one had ever obtained such a spiritual herb. But Lu Muyen could still borrow this to conceal the fact that she went to the blazing mountain range to look for the flame fruit. At the time, he just finished absorbing and refining the crystal core of a demonic beast. When he saw me break in, he initially wanted to kill me, but who knew that he discovered I had elemental energy with wood and fire attributes, said that I had the talent for alchemy, then inexplicably told me to become his disciple. The reason why alchemists were scarce on this land was because one must have comprehended both the wood attribute element and the fire attribute element to become an alchemist. The dual elemental energy attribute talent was vital. Because of my terminal meridian's constitution, I couldn't absorb the spiritual force of heaven and earth to use my wood and fire attribute elemental energy. So Master threw me a bottle of marrow cleansing pills to refine and eradicate and improve my constitution. He also taught me some alchemy skills, then sent me to the peripheral of the blazing mountain range and left. Lu Muyen slowly said the excuse she had thought of previously. Regardless of whether they believed her or not, if they couldn't find the master she spoke of, then they couldn't do anything about her either. One they eat in this context means to bully, burden, and/or cause suffering to him. Tried to use the royal we here, but then I think it won't be too confusing if I just use the pinyin zhen, which is said only by the emperor in replacement of the less formal I. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.